Yeah. I'm a dyed-in-the-wool, full-blooded, nothing ever happens Wojak at this point. I am I'm here for the toxic positivity hour. Yeah. I live in a deep red state, but one where the governor already said that we're gonna pork barrel so hard, I'm gonna steal so much money from this idiot.
Oh, come on. I unmuted my mic in the last God.
Oh.
Okay, it should be fine now. Hi. All right,
Hello.
I'm gonna give you the spiel again really quickly. I'm
Yes.
feeling a little bit better from
Also,
the
like,
election. Election was bad. First couple of days, I was a mess. Now I'm vindictive and petty, and I refuse to like upend and compromise my life because I will never give these assholes the satisfaction of like the dignity of what I want to do with my life. So they can straight up go fuck themselves.
yeah,
How are you
and
all?
I'm a Wojak believer based on the last few days that nothing ever happens. So
Yeah.
I have a lot of confidence. Now I can hardly watch a stream, by the way. I just want you to
Is it
know.
all
More,
jittery? Why is it
it
all
is super,
jittery?
it's so bad on my end. It's fine on YouTube. It is
Hold on.
smooth on YouTube,
Let me see
but
if
it
I
looks like
can.
super Bloodborne on my end. But yes, chat, you know what stream you're watching, so it's the real
Better or
world will
worse?
inevitably come up, and I just want everybody to know that I am toxically positive right now, all things considered. Because it's I'm trying to spread, I guess, Christmas joy early.
Yeah. Better. Oh no, it was better for a
Oh no,
while, and now
back
it
to
just.
start. The other
Just kind of seems like it's
Eric,
all over
I
the place.
disagree. A lot of things that we think are going to happen are probably not going to happen, given a lot of the uh, actual other election results. Um, this country is about to procedure its way out of the vast majority of Trump's agenda, and it's going to be great. He's also a moron who's announced that 2 constitutional amendments is going to be like his first 100-day priority. So, you know, good luck, buddy.
Let me know if it gets better.
It's better.
Okay.
I love the fishing hamlet. Now, I am here. I have strawberry sour patch,
Hell yeah.
sour punch straws, uh, Cheetos hot fries, and a Mr. Pibb.
Oh,
So,
I stockpiled for the apocalypse. My brother and I both independently decided when it was our turn to uh, like get groceries and like do snack runs, etc., etc. We both, independent of each other, were like, what we need right now in this house is just a metric fuck ton of like junk food and snacks and like shit to get us through the day. So we both came back with a haul. So I am now filthy with Mike and Ike's.
yeah. Oh, I love Mike and Ike's. Regular, sour, one of those special flavors.
My
Variety.
go-to is the Mega Mix. I like.
Mike and Ike Mega. I've never heard of this. Let me look it up.
It's like a greatest hits flavor, where it's just like a whole bunch of like their most popular.
This is disgusting.
What, the
I
Mega
bet
Mix
it's
or what I'm doing?
delicious. I'm looking at the Mega Mix and I'm like, this is foul, but I would have it. When I went to the store just now, they only had the strawberry flavored sour punch straws, so I guess those tariffs has already hit. Only strawberry punch straws are
I
in season.
I really want to believe or want to be there. Listen, if anybody out here who is watching this stream is feeling utterly devastated by this, which is understandable. I don't want to like take that away from all of you. But if you need a reason to like keep going and like keep your head held up high for another day, I will tell you straight up that like you have to imagine how satisfying it's going to be to see these motherfuckers realize that the decision making that they've done has made it so that like fucking buying computers or using ChatGPT is suddenly going to cost them an arm and a leg.
Yeah. That's going to be awesome. And honestly, I think I don't want to give people too much hopes up on this, but like this is assuming that like the tariffs even happened.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they could. They happened in 2016.
I mean, they're talking about blanket like 40 to 60% tariffs on everything.
Yeah, not just imports from China, right?
And you would have to do that. Keep in mind that the House and Senate majorities for the Republicans are worse than they were in 2016. They'll have like a 2-seat majority in the House. They'd have to hold the line completely to get them. And I don't think you hold the line completely on this.
Well, I mean, I've said it before, and kind of the issue is that, like, it just kind of depends on, like, how many people in the Republican Party right now are in it to be, like, greedy motherfuckers, and, like, how many of them are, fanatics. Because, like, with enough, like, greedy capitalists in the Republican Party, I feel like most of them will go, we don't want to do the tariffs because that's only going to be bad for everyone.
Tariffs,
and it will not make us money.
Blanket tariff is like a rare case where like everyone hates it, except for the most like hardcore isolationists.
Well,
and that's just not a winning idea, I don't think. It also relies on, with a 2-seat majority, you're also relying on, if you can hold the line, you're also relying on everyone showing up to vote, which doesn't happen either in the House.
I died. No. I don't really know what I'm doing.
If I were in the House of Representatives, I would almost never show up to work because I'd have a job that technically doesn't require me to. And there's a lot of House of Representatives members that act like that.
I don't know. I don't know if you're ready to, like, if anybody here is super jazzed at the prospect of, like, sitting through, listening to us, have, like, cautious optimism in the stream. But, like, I don't know.
The doomerism out, and we have to realize that at the end of the day, this is still the nothing ever happens country.
Yeah.
And the same procedures that prevent something like, I don't know, Medicare for all forever happening does cut both ways. So if you wanted to do hardcore isolation tariffs, you've got that same hill to climb.
Yeah.
But you're doing it without popular support.
Yeah, and, like, I don't know, all of, like, the more dire and terrifying things that he's, like, on record of saying that he wants to do, as president, like, there is a certain threshold of, like, living out that I just don't think, we're going to see. Because I don't think that there is any Democrat who will sit there and be like, oh, I guess we have no choice but to just give him, like, unilateral authority to all things. Like, I just don't believe that, like, even the most, like, vapid and uninterested, like, Democrats wouldn't see that as immediately, like, we have to stop this with everything we have right now or else.
Which, but I mean, yeah, that's what a lot of the state, I mean, California, Illinois, Massachusetts, New York, I mean, they're signaling that they're going to do a shitload to not comply with some of the stuff. And, like, I think even on some of the things that are more obvious issues, I think the immigration one is, like, the big concern. But when you look at what they want to do, and you look at how American elections tend to go and how they're super reactive, if you chew up their attempted immigration work in the courts on, like, Amendment, Ninth Amendment, 14th Amendment, whatever you want to do, whatever laws you want to argue for, like, why states either don't have to comply or why you can't violate birthright citizenship or all that. If you keep that shit locked up in the courts for 2 years, it's over for that whole project.
Yeah.
And, like, obviously, would the Supreme Court rule that birthright citizenship can be ended without a constitutional amendment? Maybe, but it has to get there first and be litigated first, and that does not happen quick.
Yeah. Listen, things will get bad. Like, there is no answer to this problem that's like, oh, well, nothing bad will ever happen. Things will definitely get bad. But, like, you know, if anybody out here is, like, going, oh, like, civil war is upon us, the only thing I can say to that is, like, well, I guess, like, I don't know, maybe, but, like, that's a pretty sudden...
Apparently the game audio is really loud.
Oh, the game audio is loud?
Stream chat.
Well, fucking, this is a great time to hear about it.
It says I'm quiet, so...
Oh, well, you're always a little quiet.
Okay, I can turn up my end.
Alright.
Okay.
And I can bump the desktop audio down. There we go. American political discussion. Okay, well, you know what? We can pivot. I'm not below pivoting. The one thing that I definitely want to ask you. Oh, you know what? It's also like actually locally loud, like in my in my microphone.
That's probably what's doing it.
Yeah. Bopper, why would you ever play this game without using the Whirligig Saw? That's my
because
current...
the Rider Spalash is the best weapon in the game.
I feel like you can't even pronounce it, is kind of the problem that I'm seeing right now.
I don't even know how you're supposed to say it to begin with.
I'm pretty sure it's like Spalash. Oh, fuck me.
If you gave me 100 chances to
Gav Charlotte, get in here.
Head, I'm dead.
Fuck. I died.
No.
I got cornered.
Yeah. Now, I will say, Crystal Elemental and Jay Swizzle both do appreciate the cautious optimism just because of the volume of Doom posting. I think the best way to close out that whole discussion is that the economic and social situation in the United States will get worse. Worst case scenario, though, that we're fearing is astronomically unlikely. And really in all things, because, like, you're going to get a bad person leading, like, the department, like, the health stuff. You're probably not getting all. You just don't get the numbers for that. You don't get enough people that go along with that.
Yeah, you have to also kind of guess that, like, Trump has a history of making promises that he does not follow up with, especially when it comes to...
short dick RFK. Like, just because of what RFK represented for so long, Trump doesn't forgive that.
Well, also, like, especially when it comes to people, like, he does not give a shit about, like, making a promise and then, like, gutting it later. Listen, maybe this is naive of me to say, I don't believe that we're going to get a Department of Government Efficiency.
No.
The amount of steps it would take for him to actually, like, make a new, branch, like, a department and put, like, Elon Musk in charge of it, I don't think that he's gonna do that.
I also think he just hates Elon Musk personally enough where, like, Elon Musk is the type of person that if you look at, like, what Trump likes to do, what Trump likes to do is to take someone he doesn't like and break them and then just continue to short dick them. Look at Ted Cruz.
Yeah, I was
Ted
about
Cruz
to say,
has never
like,
gotten anything from Trump except humiliation. And you know Trump loves that shit. And Elon would be the same, except I think Trump just personally hates Elon. You can see it on his face. He hates that guy.
Yeah. He gussied up to Elon because, oh, even Nesteles? Oh, fuck, that's so good. Yeah, I don't think that Musk is going to get the call. I don't think RFK Jr. is going to get the call. think that he made those promises because he thought that it would secure him some extra votes and also give him access to Twitter, which it did. You know.
I mean, I guarantee you, we're less than 2 years away before he starts calling J.D. Vance names and calling the couch fucker on Truth Social. I mean, that's just the way his first presidency went, and I don't see any reason why that would change.
I am nervous about the Project 2025 stuff. That stuff is scary. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that it ain't.
Again, I think this is where it is, like, things are gonna get worse, but most of the incredibly heinous stuff in Project 2025 would require, like, so much political discipline along with numbers that they don't have.
Yeah.
Along with surviving 2026's midterms, which they won't. So, I just think worst case scenario is unlikely because, you know, not because nothing ever happens, but.
And also, like, you know, what is Newsom promised? How much income is California, like, ready to deny the government?
Like, about $240 billion annually.
Yeah. Like,
and even if, like, they can't do that, even if they can't restrict that money from going, they can just still not comply with immigration and abortion. Like, states... Hey, look, all I'm saying is that I love the Second Amendment, and I love that it says that a state doesn't have to do what the federal government tells them. Yeah. When I agree with the state not doing that. So,
I mean, listen, if they look, where I am emotionally with all of this is that if they want to play hardball, then we'll fucking play hardball. Mm-hmm. I'm, you know, I'm going to partake in some gun safety and discipline, like, training courses, as is my right as a free American. And I suggest that people do the same.
Yes.
It's important to know how guns work.
I would recommend, chat, that if you are an American, this great nation's beautiful Second Amendment is for you too. Yeah. So I would highly recommend looking into it. And the one big advantage, I'll tell you this, I kind of vicariously live on gun Reddit a little bit because I sit most days at work right across from a guy that all he does is look at his gun Reddit.
I got ganked.
And welcome to Fishing Hamlet. We love the shark guys. The conservative gun culture is one of the most LARPing ass, terrible, incapable groups of people you could imagine. Once you ignore, if you can look past the fact that guns are scary as, like, an object, and pay attention to who's using them, they've got nothing.
I mean, one of the first discoveries that I had when I started looking into this is that, like, all you really need for most of your, like, American patriotism needs, as far as, like, a Second Amendment right to bear arms is concerned, is something small, lightweight, portable, and sturdy. And we have that. Like, the Glock exists. You can just get that.
The Glock is a fantastic weapon. So,
but
chat,
no one,
you'll like this.
Like,
I'm sure chat will love this, because the Glock used to be the standard issue service weapon for most police in the U.S., and eventually they changed it out for SIG, and the gun manufacturer, SIG, is pretty notorious because their weapons are incredibly unreliable. They randomly go off. They break really easily. So there is like there's an entire subreddit dedicated to just posting videos of cops accidentally shooting themselves with their own guns. Yeah. Because, like, there was a cop the other day that just got hospitalized because he was just standing around, bumped into a car door, his gun went off and shot him through the leg. So, and what why that matters is not only one, cops are shooting their own dicks off a Cracker Barrel, but also
Which is already good.
Most conservative gun larpers are trying to be cops. SIGs are super popular amongst conservatives.
Yeah.
Because they're like, we're just like the boys in blue. Like,
Annie has asked if she can purchase a minigun. I actually don't quite know if a minigun has different laws around.
They are illegal.
So it does sound like they are illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Funny enough, I have with me actually at my desk a balisong. I cannot get a butterfly knife because that is considered a gang weapon.
Yeah.
So
now, don't get an Uzi either, Chad.
Uh-oh. There's no way for me to like in game
so.
repair, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I've suddenly recognized the downside to my rampant weapon behavior. And that is that my whirligig saw is about to break.
You do have a gun.
I do have a gun. It doesn't really do damage though.
Uzis are notoriously inaccurate and hard to handle, and they're also the most popular gun produced by Israel. So go figure.
I don't like that.
Well, I mean, it shouldn't shock anyone that they also suck, right? Like,
yeah.
If you want a place to make some shit that doesn't work right.
Okay, is it worth it to back out and repair my whirligig saw is kind of the question that I'm thinking.
I don't think so. In Weapon at Risk, I think you still have quite a bit of time.
Okay.
If you want to try to at least do this run.
Okay. That also assumes that I kind of know where I'm going with this run. But the plus side is that I'm getting a ton of blood vials out of this. So, like...
And I think this is by far the hardest stretch of the fishing hamlet, is the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember that's where I struggled the most. And I had to go underground and get those two... that shark gank room to get the Lady Maria weapon.
I could go in there and get the Lady Maria weapon.
I wouldn't do it, or we'll
I'm
be
not
here
going
for another
to.
6 hours.
I mean, what I could do though, I can make it happen. I know the tech, but I'm not going to. Yeah. I want the stream to, you know, as much as I love it, I want to enter podcast mode sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Does the Second Amendment extend to weapons perks, or is my God Roll loadout technically not legal? Does not extend to weapons perks. However, there is nothing illegal about a sturdy rubber band, is all I'll say. I have a friend that has shown me incredibly dangerous concoctions that commonly used by guerrilla warfare fighters all over the world in colonial resistance. There's also nothing illegal about the doohickey either, chat. So let's take one for the team.
I have seen so I do have, like, as part of, like, being in trans neurodivergent internet culture, you get this a lot. You know how, oh my god. Oh, well, no, that solves that problem for me.
Well, I hate that shark guy.
Yeah.
This really is, like, the barrier to reaching Orphan of Kos is this one dude.
That's fine. Annie, I do respect your commitment to pacifism. None of this is dismissing that. I also don't consider myself a violent person. But, you know, I have not made any oath to not do harm, and therefore, if if it comes to it, then it comes to it. Unspeakable Blood Echoes is just like it's just. A
I do
number.
not. Yeah, I do not fantasize about being involved in violence, and I do not ever want to be involved in any sort of violence.
Yeah, me neither.
And I will never initiate violence unless I'm still in 9th grade and pissed off all the time and getting in fights. But nowadays, I would never initiate violence against anyone, but I would defend myself.
Yeah, and I also want to make it clear I've been very cheeky about all of this. I am looking into self-defense stuff, but like I'm looking at like getting like a baton and like maybe seeing if I can afford self-defense classes and stuff like that. Like I don't want to escalate to the degree of like, well, it is time to carry lethal weapons and go hog wild, but like making sure that in case something happens, because I do think that the most direct threat or the most direct like harm that is going to hit like especially queer people in this country and minorities of all shapes and sizes in this country, like the immediate issue is going to be like person to person violence.
Yes.
Random ass people running around trying to start shit. The Proud Boys are going to feel like they can roam the streets like a vigilante mob.
I think a lot of the positive stuff that I've been saying has been like procedural government in stuff.
Yeah.
It is a complete wild card as to what the social aspect of this is going to be.
But as someone whose only real claim to fame in this is technically being in extremely close proximity to a Proud Boys rally, without having actually like gone into like the area where I would be in danger. But I had a friend who did go there to counter-protest them, and the general vibe was that, and I think it does hold true for a lot of people.
See you later, Kristen.
Oh, yep. Thank you. Have a good one. But I think what holds true for a lot of like fascist LARPers is, and I was telling you this earlier, Bopper, but they all kind of treat like violence against people kind of in the same way that like Call of Duty kids, very upset about skill-based matchmaking, treat it. Where like they want a one-sided fight.
Yeah. They don't have the it factor for a real fight.
Yeah, the moment that they realize
of any type.
That, well, yeah, like the moment that they realize that like wanting to go out in the street and like shoot and kill minorities comes with the potential that said minorities might also have guns, starts to temper their expectations real quickly.
Yeah,
I will say that.
And I think having basic understanding about how to defend yourself in many capacities can de-escalate preemptively. And I can say this because as somebody who was in fights in middle and high school, and I had to break up 4 fucking fights in the last 2 weeks. I can tell you that the one thing that bullies love is someone that they think can't fight back, and the situation completely shifts if somebody is able to defend themselves. So obviously at school, the fights is always like, mano-y-mano, fisticuffs, throwing down. The second someone knows how to block, protect their own face and throw short punches, it's over. Because the bully, the instigator, they are relying on the fact that you're going to roll over and take it, or that you have no idea what to do. And the reason why they often rely on that is because they themselves don't know what to do.
Yeah.
It's the specter, it's the aesthetic, that is fascism's whole thing, is the aesthetic of violence.
Yeah. They love being violent when there is no way that it could ever happen to them.
Check out all the wars Nazi Germany won.
Yeah. Um,
Yes, no, it's bad, some guy. It's bad. The schools are bad. Close the schools. My
turn
one
around.
retrograde opinion: close the schools. Delete them. I can't stand I can't stand the schools.
Close the
Everyone's
schools.
everyone is so infantile nowadays. I hate sounding like such a boomer about it, but like the amount of like I think most people who are not in school anymore would be stunned seeing just the amount of like infantile childishness that's just socially promoted and accepted.
Hmm.
And that also manifests itself into fights because people do not know how to communicate with each other.
Yeah. Also, like, I don't know. I've been taking some steps that have been like good personally. After the election happened, I locked down all of my X accounts, um,
Mhm.
and I have closed it on all of my devices, and that's it. Like, that's out of my
Yeah.
life. And as a result, like, yeah, I've pivoted to Blue Sky, and Blue Sky's been like, you know, okay. But the more important and relevant thing I'm noticing is that I'm just not online on social media that much anymore. Like, I'm just taking a real step back from it, and that is doing way more for me than I think anything else right now. Um, because it is a poison on the mind in a way that
Mhm.
makes you feel like you need to constantly justify why it's okay to be there. Um, and I think that getting rid of it is probably for the best.
Yeah, I saw Lord Pence message. Congratulations for your loss.
Yeah.
Um,
Um, I don't know anything that Elon Musk has said since the election. I will keep it that way as much as I am able to, because I don't want to know anything about him ever again for the rest of my life.
I deleted Twitter off my phone today,
Hmm.
like well, it's 7:50 now, so like an hour ago.
Hmm.
Because once I got confirmation about my one theory of the chuds in the post-election, I was ready to cut it loose.
Yeah.
I will now only sign. I will now only go on to Twitter. The thing is like I'm not gonna lock my
Holy.
account and I'm not gonna restrict myself from it per se. But if I ever need to get on it, it's got to be on my desktop. So I have to actively choose to go out of my way to get on it. The addiction can't like drive me to keep checking it on my phone throughout the day. And
Mhm.
I think the benefit of that is that I'm only going to use it more or less for cringe self-promotion.
Yeah, that's fair. Eric
Here's
also raises a
stream,
good point.
here's video.
There are actually very specific things that I want to know about Elon Musk's life at this point in time. I've been telling my brother that I wish if there was any kind of technological innovation to be had, I wish that I could get an app on my phone that would just tell me, just send a notification to me every single time Musk, Trump, et cetera, et cetera, is in like excruciating pain or discomfort. I would like to know that.
Oh, the Musk is already like crying on Twitter about the election results because they're so mad about the Senate shit.
Uh huh.
Which made me happy. But the thing that made me go like, yeah, I was right, and I'm happy, and I'm ready to leave it, is that the chuds are still just melting down over not having girlfriends. They're still calling everything DEI woke propaganda.
Yeah.
You know, we won metaphor refantasio.
In a
Metaphor DEI Fantasia without trying yet again. They are the same miserable little slimes that they were before, and they will remain that way. And there is something reassuring to me about the fact that I don't have to be like that. They have no way to stop themselves because the brain rot in them is so intense and so deep
in a
that
weird
they can't
way,
stop it.
in a weird way, they are doomed to exist in a way where nothing ever happens for them.
Right.
Like,
And
they can win so much. This was a blowout election for them, but they can't have that because part of being in a fascist hellscape is that they have to always have an enemy that is constantly trying to destroy everything they love. And they have to be in a rallied state of like, oh, everything has to, you know, we are fighting for our lives here. to every step of the way. So they will never know peace. They just won't. Also, I've lost.
It's the scene in the Boondocks where the dude's yelling, "Come back here! This is a perfectly good opportunity to throw your life away," because that's basically what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go down and be miserable, but like, why? You know, weirdly, the Trump election has manifested, and I hope it manifests this way for a lot of other people, including everyone in chat, of like, instead going like, what are some healthy habits I can add to my life?
Yeah, I'm buying a lamp and I'm gonna read at night instead of like deal with goddamn social media.
Yeah, you're adding reading to your life. Grums's kids are not calling him back.
Yeah.
It's not happening, bro. It's over. This is a question, I guess, both for you and for chat. Does anybody in here write in their books? That's the habit I've been trying to get.
What, writing?
Writing inside of your books, like annotating your books.
Oh, the books that I'm reading.
Yeah.
Oh, I grew up in a household that was very much like, you don't want to do that to your books.
That's capitalist brain rot.
Because well, it's weird. Like, my mom was in a very split mind sort of deal with this, where it's like, yes, for like literature, for art, for books with that kind of meaning, you know, you don't want to like scribble all over them because you want to preserve their words or whatever. But like for textbooks, she drew in those all the goddamn time. Frenzy people know my one weakness.
So I see everyone in chat is saying not in fiction or I don't do it at all. I'm going to be the advocate for writing. Now, I am like that a little bit. I'm a little different. Like, if I have a really nice, like, Library of America or, like, first edition hardback of a book, I don't write in that. Or if it's, like, a really, really ancient vintage book, like I have a couple of Shakespeare books from, like, the 1850s, I'm not writing in those. I'm not even really reading those either. Those are, like, showpieces to, like, look at or... you know, bring to school on like Shakespeare unit. You know,
yeah, I would feel
like,
kind of awkward. I would feel kind of awkward like writing in like my complete works of Shakespeare book.
Yeah,
that thing's expensive, expensive motherfucker.
Is it a nice complete works? Because you can get complete works really cheap that are like dog shit.
It's like hardcover. I think it's actually at my parents' house right now, so it's kind of a non-issue.
Part of how I've been doing this, I've been getting a lot of these really, I've been reading through a bunch of these really terrible Dover thrift editions that are like super cheap, and it's been sort of helping me get past that. One of my favorite things of going to like an old bookstore, some people get mad when they pick up like a book that has writing in it from some previous person or scribbles all over. I love it. I love it feels like you're reading with another person.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Because like I have a copy of Absalom by William Faulkner that has the if you open up the front cover, it has the birthday present note from the person who bought it in like the 1960s to the person that they were giving it to, and then the person who had it scribbled all over the book, underlined all sorts of shit, wrote all over the margins. So it's like not only are you reading with someone, you're like reading with a whole other person you'll never know from a whole other time. And so I've tried to make a point of like scribbling in my books things that stand out to me.
Yeah.
More, and it's made me more active in reading. It's helped keep me away from the phone. I feel bad for whoever ends up with this copy of Northanger Abbey by Jane Austen whenever I get rid of this, because I do try to cycle. I give away a lot of my books to people.
That's fair.
Because I don't have the space for a lot of it, and I want them to to read it, because the first thing that they'll see on page 1 is me saying, this is very similar to Metaphor Fantasio.
Yeah.
And then, like, strange philosophical questions randomly. I'll write, like, some shit that's, like, deep and personal on one page, and then on the next I'll just scribble out shit about how, like, this character's a dickhead.
Yeah. Also, it was said a while back, I'm sorry to pivot, but I just want to make sure that it was heard. Miles said that he keeps an unloaded handgun with him. And usually if people try to, like, start shit, all he needs to do is just, like, reveal it and they back off. Like, that is... Yeah, like, you know, that is kind of the thing.
You've revealed an even playing field, and they didn't want that.
Yeah. They definitely don't want that. Also, the current book that I'm working through, I have borrowed from a friend of mine who is also the author of the book. So I'd feel very awkward in, like, just drawing all over it, because I think I do have to give it back to her when I'm finished reading it. It's quite good, actually. If anybody wants to read... what are we doing here? If anybody wants to...
Jay Swizzle's having a moment.
I don't know if this is Jay Swizzle. I think this is Lord Pent. If anybody wants to read some Greek mythology fan fiction about, like... Oh, I'm getting sucked. About...
oh, no. We love getting sucked here. That's okay.
About what if Achilles... the time in Greek mythology where Achilles... disguises himself as a woman. What if that was a trans narrative, and now they have to, like, win the Trojan War with a woman leading them instead of a man. Pick up a copy of Wrath Goddess Sing. It's quite good. I've been enjoying it so far. I get very cagey and very particular about people writing trans narratives. Because I am trans and it is my right to be picky about these things. But, like, I think that it's really well done.
Yeah.
Odysseus both gets to be deeply transphobic and also, like, wildly fun and charismatic. Because he's still a clever little bastard, even though, you know, we might not like him. You know?
Yeah.
It's good.
I only underline when there's suggestions of homosexuality in books that aren't for the gays. Your copy of Midsummer Night's Dream is like 40% underlined. Well, see, this is where I would disagree, Miles. I'd argue that 0% of Midsummer Night's Dream should be underlined in your rule set, because that play is 100% for the gays. That and Twelfth Night are both profoundly for the gays.
And it's weird because, you know, a lot of people will try to insist that it can't be for the gays because it's about, like, what, like 3 different heterosexual couples?
Yeah, but
to which I would argue that it was written by William Shakespeare, who was writing plays where there were no women actors. So, like, obviously, yeah, if you're writing a romance, there has to be, like, a romantic couple who comes in and has to kiss each other. Why did he write 4 of them, though? Is
why
the
are
thing
there
that
so
you
many
should
men
be
kissing?
asking.
Everyone on the Elizabethan stage watching men kiss, being like, "Damn, this is peak."
Yeah, this is good. This is really good fiction.
There's even if you take that element out of it, right? Shakespeare just has a very gay way of writing straight characters in his comedies.
Yeah,
And maybe this is, and I don't know, this could be chicken and egg situation. It could be because being a theater person is gay. So, like, what was it first? Was theater always gay? Did Shakespeare make it gay, or did we make it gay and therefore make Shakespeare gay? But Shakespeare was probably gay anyway.
The men in Shakespeare's comedies tend to be kind of...
They're foppish.
Foppish, yeah.
They're very Oscar Wilde-y.
You don't get through reading Twelfth Night and be like, oh yeah, Olivia is like, what a cool Chad. Like, no. Olivia's first encounter with him is him, like, lounging at his place being like, oh, I love women so much, they're so beautiful, and like, all right, man, who are you trying to prove this to? What am I? How is it that you went up the stairs and like now?
Is it an insight thing? Like
I have 79 insight.
Like maybe you have to be delusional enough to think that the.
Do I need less insight? Oh,
could be.
You know what? I'm gonna follow you. Show me. Guide me.
Show me the way. Take it down. You're at Orphan, by the way.
Oh. Okay.
The
Taming of the Shrew is super gay.
The I don't know. In 12th Night to me is like especially the one that's like. I mean, because this isn't just like, even if you ignore the historical context of what Elizabethan theater looked like, these are straight up gender bend comedies, and like there's a fair interpretation that you can do that there's a lot of unintentional, or perhaps intentional, same-sex romance happening in 12th Night all the time.
Yeah.
The difference between... Maybe Shakespeare doesn't come off as gay because unlike people on Twitter, unlike woke people on Twitter, Shakespeare has fun.
I mean, that is again, while we're in the business of small comforts in dark times, I would just also like to point out that like the winners of this election are people who have hitched their wagon to an ideology that demands that they are never happy.
Yes.
Like,
and that's really fun.
Like, they did that to themselves.
I just love, I mean, thinking of Shakespeare, I mean, this is a way back, cut back classic. I'll never forget, like, that video of Paul Joseph Watson that everyone makes fun of where he talks about how...
to be more specific.
Where, I was going to be more specific because it's a very specific thing that he said, because he was complaining about, you know, we used to have Shakespeare in Western culture. Now, all Western art is about broken families and broken men.
Yeah.
Dude. Buddy.
Unlike my favorite woke alpha play, Macbeth.
Dude, woke DEI is Shakespeare too. Like, the idea that like
I'm sorry, their big man.
It's so
their big man Macbeth, Mr. Mackles himself, had to get permission from his wife to kill someone.
Well,
it's literally that Soy Jack meme where it's like, honey, it's 4 p.m., it's time to kill the king. Yes, dear.
Because I've seen interpretations of Macbeth that are both like, he wants to kill Duncan, and he doesn't want to kill Duncan. But I find that, like, no matter whether or not, like, you show Macbeth as a willing participant in everything, all you're really doing is scaling the amount of cuck that he is.
Yeah.
Like, dude's a beta no matter which way you slice it.
Are we doing this?
Is he a little beta or is he mega beta? Why are we doing this?
Listen,
you want to do this?
If we're doing this, hold on. Which one? What is it that I'm looking for? I'm looking for the Shaman Bone Blade.
The Shaman Bone Blade.
Yeah, why not?
And you have to hit
the Anchorman
once the second one comes down.
Yeah. Fuck it. I have 3 people here. I've been holding on to this fun factoid literally the entire stream, but I really, really love that our final party right now is Celeste, Edgar, and Setzer, because those are the only 3 mandatory party members for Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah. You might not need the Shaman. You literally can't use it because one of them's dead. Wow. Well, this is a classic case of let Gab, Charlotte, and all them handle that. You stay out of the way.
That's not my style, and you know it. I'm bloodthirsty. I'm insane
Rockio.
like that.
Denzel is a beta, asks Annie. Yes, I actually think Denzel's portrayal of Macbeth is the most cock.
Okay, well, I'm down here.
The major
There's like stuff for me to get. There's a reason why I got here, right? No, there's literally nothing else here. It's just the Rockio.
His is the most I'm gonna cry to my wife. I don't want to do this, please.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Art has always been really super gay and super woke and super queer and super ridiculous. Which I know runs counter to my, like, personal frustration of having to deal with people on social media insisting that, like, I'm being bad for hating Fire Emblem Engage, which I don't hate Fire Emblem Engage. I don't.
I do.
Because Fire Emblem Engage is a piece of queer art.
Wolverine's traumatizing my Blorbo and my friend.
But, like, I kind of think that that's bullshit. Not that it is or isn't queer art. I just think that it's just, like, soulless, and if we wanted queer art, we could really do better. You know?
Hey, all I'm saying is I've never seen one of the every video game I like is queer art. Queer art is so great. People on Twitter, not once, ever, a single time, be like, you know, I really love Oscar Wilde. Like, if you can't even pay respect to the classics, to the guy who invented gay, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Fun fact, gay was invented by Oscar Wilde.
Okay, so, like, people were obviously gay before him, but, like, he invented capital G gay, as far as I'm concerned.
Question, should I dismiss my party before we do our Orphan of Kos, or does it not matter to 1v1 him?
Look, this is the super boss, essentially.
Uh-huh.
I think dismiss him.
You heard it, folks.
Just take a peek. At least take a peek.
Goodbye.
A 3v1 of Orphan of Kos probably just owns him. And I think this fight has gotten to the atmosphere to where...
Yeah.
You gotta do this one. I don't think you necessarily have to beat it solo, but I do think it's worth just, like, feeling.
Hey, you ain't gonna, you know, you ain't gotta tell me.
Fume night moment.
This is what I live for. You know that,
Yes.
right?
Orphan of Mid.
This is the reason why people have come to see the show.
Yeah.
For birth imagery. I mean,
Denzel
this is
Macbeth.
just about hunting beasts. Never mind, sorry.
Yeah, we're about to hunt a beast right here. Shout out to John Finch as Macbeth. He's a really good Macbeth in the Macbeth movie directed by Roman Polanski and produced by Playboy.
Nice.
Which is quite the confluence.
Very
of
weird.
talent.
God, thank God Bloodborne isn't about anything.
Nothing ever happened, screams Orphan of Kos coming out.
Well, the sad part of this is that I'm pretty sure this is the most nothing ever happens fight there is.
Yeah.
We can sit here and kill him, and then what?
Nothing ever happens.
Yeah. If anything, Bloodborne is a game that is deeply invested in nothing ever happening. Even if you kill the moon presence, like, you just become the next one. It doesn't matter. The king dies and then goes, no, nothing ever happens. There has to be a vote now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roman Polanski's the only director I respect. I'll never forget my film studies professor complaining about a group of, and ignore me, by the way, during this, just listen to this cause I'm chat.
Yeah.
I'll never forget my film studies professor complaining about a group of students protesting Chinatown because it was directed by Roman Polanski. And I remember his immediate reaction, it was, look, I get what they're saying, and I think they get what they're saying, but all they're really doing, because they do this on everything, is trying to get out of homework. And I was like, oh, it'd be so true.
No! Terrible time. I completely forgot that I actually have to care about this every now and then. If I lose my first attempt because of my weapon breaks, I'm gonna be so mad.
Oh, I'm with you on that one, Nick. I think the 70s Macbeth is the best one. I didn't like the Coen Brothers one with Denzel that much at first. I've seen it a few times so since, and I think now I really like it, but it does not beat the series.
Shit.
I forgot about phase 3.
I did also forget about phase 3. Alright.
Well, I was sitting over here. I was expecting
For a one round. Here's the thing.
Would that have been your Lady Butterfly? I mean, I guess there's many opportunities.
Here's
for
the
that.
thing.
We have to keep calling it Lady Butterfly because that's my only iconic moment, and then you have like 10 contenders for that.
Listen, here's the problem with that. If I came in with a full stack of blood vials, I think I would have won.
Oh, you didn't have a full stack?
I came in with 12.
Oh, yeah, no, you had it.
I had it.
After the sophomore slump, you're going to win.
Yeah, I just need to figure out how to get enough souls to repair my weapon. Which I think I should have. Let's see here. That should be plenty. Can we sidestep, go to a thingy? Go to the underground corpse pile to the jail? Sure. Any opposition or any reason why not?
I have none.
Yeah, fuck it.
Somehow still more ethical than the Romeo and Juliet movie with Olivia Hussey. What's that dude's name?
Which one was that one?
The guy that made that. That's the 60s Romeo and Juliet. That's
oh, yeah.
That's the one. Let me... 1968. Franco Zeffirelli.
Underground corpse pile, you said.
He was no good. Of that version of Romeo and Juliet, though, do appear in my unreleased video on why Fire Emblem Engage is a dog shit piece of crap. As does
kind of
Lawrence Fishburne's performance as Othello.
Oh.
Also appears in that video.
Where the fuck am I going in this? I got a key to some place?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, because it's like one of the doors here. I think it's where you get one of the DLC weapons or tools or something.
Oh, is this one of those guys that I have to fight? I'm gonna get in there and they're gonna be like, oh ho! I hate this part. What? What? Hey, what the fuck is happening? Why are my attacks bouncing off of him? Okay. What? Wait, hold on. Why can't I swing my weapon? Everything is getting weird. Please let me actually fight this man. Oh, he is despawned. Oh, please don't tell me he's come back with... You know what?
Kill him.
Yeah, at this point
I'm sorry, I'm currently going down the rabbit hole because of Nick's posts in chat. Because I knew that movie had recently been sued by both the Romeo and Juliet actors in 2022. Court ruled that they couldn't because of statutes of limitations, and now they are suing again, citing the recent Criterion Collection release of the film as a way to supersede the statute of limitations on it. I have that Blu-ray. It's currently sitting downstairs.
Huh.
On my giant stack of 1,000,000 Blu-rays that I need to watch. Yeah.
Okay, I do not know what door I'm supposed to unlock.
One of these.
Because that door is locked. I was told that I got the key. Gotta heavy attack him? Go down the stairs to the cell. Oh, right, this one. I'm all jacked up from Orphan of Kos. I can feel it in my intestines.
Oh yeah. Here you go. I do need to release that Engage video, I think, because it is very funny to have Romeo's death speech playing side by side with just random Borbo crap from Engage. Because I'm intercutting it with I intercut it with Zephia's.
Did I kill this guy?
I think I did. I think I did for trophy.
Chat, do we kill this guy?
If you want all weapons trophy for Old Hunters DLC, I think you have to. But Garblishner says yes, and Garblishner would never mislead you.
Chat, where we mislead. Nothing changes.
Nothing changes. Nothing ever changes. You killed him, and nothing ever changes.
Nothing happens. Probably he looks nasty. Alright, is this what I came here for? Nothing ever happens. God, I gotta tell you, I've been having so much fun playing Metaphor. I've kind of thought against doing a video on it because I don't think it would help in the way... I think that it helps more as a game to play than a game to like have a YouTuber sit here and be like, oh, this kind of helps me process the election. Yeah. I think that like you want to sit here and be like, you should just play it.
I do love... I actually think that the Metaphor is a really funny game to look at in light of the election because the plot of the game is quite literally nothing ever happens.
Yeah.
Because Luis kills the king. He kills Joe Biden.
That's not a spoiler. That's literally like...
That's the demo movie.
That is the demo movie.
If you press start too quickly, you skipped it. You skipped the cutscene.
Yeah.
Luis kills Joe Biden in his bed and plans to coup and take over the country. And then the giant faces of the founding father, Joe Biden, king, comes down and forces an election screaming, nothing ever happens.
Yeah.
You will vote and you will like it.
Yeah. It's great. Also, it's like, this might be mean of me to say because I keep on saying mean things about games that I generally like, but it is a little bit like if Persona 5 was good. I don't know, can you back me up on that one?
Oh, I agree. I don't think Persona 5 is particularly that great. I think they're mirror opposite games of each other because I think that Metaphor is an extremely complicated game that looks at itself with naive, sincere simplicity. Mm-hmm. Whereas Persona 5 is an incredibly simple game that fancies itself complex.
Yeah, I think that that's fair. That actually is going to happen in real life. Metaphor was cooking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe Biden is going to die tomorrow,
Nothing ever
and
happens.
his face is going to be etched into a giant floating rock.
If Joe Biden dies tomorrow, Kamala Harris will become president.
Yeah.
This is the monkey's paw we're all living with.
Yeah. I also just, like, I don't know. I saw a post this morning that kind of did speak to me. That, like, I think that, like, sitting around and trying to, like, endlessly psychoanalyze, like, what went wrong in this election is just not... Oh. Sophomore slump incoming.
It's not helpful because a lot of it we're still in the race phase. We don't know what's actually happened.
Well, and also, like, they never do this. You know, in 2020, they lost, and they never sat around and were like, oh, what did we do wrong? They were just like, no, we didn't lose, fuck you. And then they just kept on going as though everything was fine, which does kind of lead me to believe that, like, I don't know, maybe that's the principle that we should be going for now. It's like, okay, yeah, we'll just fucking be a problem until we get another chance at it.
Invasion of the Bystanders, 1978. Jay Swizzle, my favorite part of that movie was when Leonard Nimoy looked at the main character and told him nothing ever happens. Now, it was kind of unfortunate in that movie because something did happen, but Leonard Nimoy kind of looked like a Wojak in that movie. Metaphor is really good.
It is.
We're talking about Slavoj Žižek in.
I don't know what he said.
Nick saying, anybody read what he wrote about the election? I don't know. And then Annie's bringing up a Reddit post where a guy described his girlfriend with his Zizek photo above her bed and how she compares her boyfriend disfavorably to Zizek.
That's rough.
My favorite Slavoj Žižek moment is there is a video of him picking out his favorite movies from the Criterion Collection closet, and when he's describing some of his favorite movies, you know, he says the best part about these is that when the movie's boring, I can just hit fast forward, and I do it all the time. And he describes like one movie as like super dialectic and super philosophical, boring as hell, so I fast forwarded through the whole thing. It's very good. Recommend.
No! I dodged into the wrong thing. That was a sophomore slump. I still got him to phase 2. Phase 3. Like, same phase at least. The pocket sand. Yeah. The pocket sand.
You're too lazy to research what does nothing ever happens mean? Nothing ever happens is a meme that, like, every time we say, like, this is going to be the historical changing moment. This is going to be World War III. This is going to be the coup. This is going to be the election to end all elections. This is going to be the thing. And then just nothing happens.
Yeah.
Specifically in the American context, as part of the Imperial Core, we're weirdly resistant to things happening.
Yeah. Like, you know, it's going to be very, very hard for us to actually have a revolution because living in this country sucks, but it just doesn't suck quite enough yet.
I mean, what a lot of people, I think, don't understand is that the living conditions required to have an armed revolution are, like, inconceivably bad.
Yeah.
Compared to what more or less any American's material conditions. I don't know what I can't tell you exactly what the number would be, but I'd have to guess that almost every single person in the U.S. has better material conditions than most people living in Tsarist Russia in the 1910s. And even then, like, the Bolsheviks won elections with their revolution. remember,
getting
Nick,
too
when I
eager.
was first introduced to Nothing Ever Happens, it was after the Trump assassination attempt. And one of the first things I saw was a drawing of the bullet with the Wojak face turning itself to the left, going, "No, nothing ever happens."
Yeah. Shit. No! I stun locked for a moment, for a glorious moment. He had me dead to rights.
Oh, the conspiracy theory on the assassination attempt, Danny, is that the bullet never hit him, which I think the bullet probably did it. I do believe that it was an attempt, though. It was definitely an attempt. It wasn't a good one. I wouldn't have even given it participation points.
Well, that's good. I hear the Republicans hate participation.
Yeah. That guy just needed... He didn't have the Lee Harvey Oswald it factor.
Yeah.
The aura than the laws of physics.
No! Worst attempt yet!
Damn. Junior slump is crazy. 0.0 GPA on this fight's wild.
Ugh. Brutal. There is also just a possibility that Trump's gonna, like, die. Like, not necessarily get assassinated. Obviously, I would never, like, recommend that or suggest that.
He's at the age where he could just die.
He's just old.
Like,
he's old and he eats at McDonald's all the goddamn time. He could just straight up die.
Yeah.
I know that, you know, his doctors assure us that he has the healthiest heart known to mankind. But, like, they were saying that shit about Stalin.
Yeah.
Like...
A foresight to be reckoned with. Hello. As a person who grew up in a third world country, I find it really funny when people say there's going to be a revolution in the U.S. because it definitely won't. Oh, they're all LARPers. Everyone that says there's a U.S. revolution coming, like a armed revolt, they're LARPers. Because I can tell you this right now, as a person that believes in universal health care, I am not picking up the Mosin Nagant and going to go blow up Blue Cross Blue Shields. I'm not dying for that. I'm sorry. I don't want to spoil Disco Elysium. But God, I want to talk about one of those characters. I'll just mention Evrart because he's not a spoiler. The problem for a lot of LARPing people on social media is that the way forward for any sort of leftist or even just liberal politics in the U.S. is the Evrart methods. Be a rotten bastard on shit like unions and stuff. Like, be a complete dickhead to the business class.
Yeah.
Through labor politics. Any talk of picking up guns and shit? No, it's not happening.
Oh my god.
We talk about Joyce. I love Joyce. I have read people posting about how it's wrong to like Joyce because there are some people that are way too in love with their own dialectical materialism, which, I'm sorry, if you're the type of person that even unironically describes yourself with those words, you should get off Twitter. Probably the same people that say this copy file is too boring to read. I love Joyce, though.
I do too.
I love everyone in Disco Elysium. I even love Gary the crypto fascist. He's hilarious. That dude is like such a perfect caricature of the online dweeb, but he's forced to exist in real life.
Yeah.
In a real life scenario. Crypto fascist is also, like, in the context where he is in that game, a really funny, like, kind of double meaning word.
Yeah. Whoa! I skip a phase?
Maybe, or maybe it's all phase 2, and then you got really weirdly lucky with lightning RNG first attempt.
I have no idea.
Someone got mad at me when I did Ultimate Cost because I parried and went for backstab.
Do not talk to me about parrying right now. I do not need that in my head.
I'm talking to chat. Chat, they were mad at me. They were like, you made the fight too easy. And I'm like, by what? Being good?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Shit. Got turned around.
Do not greed out, please.
Well, this might not be greed. It might just be a skill issue. Four attempts?
Nothing ever happens.
4.
Goodbye. Orphan of Cost 4.
Exact same amount of attempts that it took Lady Maria.
Yeah. Chat, so I was on howlongtobeat.com, right? And Bloodborne's main game, all bosses, is listed around 34 hours. And the old Hunters is an additional 8. So about a 40 to 45 hour game is how long this is supposed to be, all bosses. We are on pace to all bosses, main game and DLC in about 18 hours.
I didn't lose any of my souls.
You're supposed to. Hello, Cecil Cavalier, Viv the Goat. Let's not talk about this. Will Sekiro humble? That's the question.
I hope so. Again, I like it when the game challenges me.
Does that time include having to find Upper Cathedral Ward? Well, Philip, the thing is that it's 34 for main game, so it's hard to say what that is. That's probably an average of like all bosses, including like Moon Presence ending and shit, and like just getting the shortest ending. You know, because I'm sure people did all sorts of variations of that on their first playthroughs. So like 18 for all bosses, including all DLC bosses, is nuts. Well, that's assuming you don't beat the shit out of Lawrence, which I would summon for Lawrence. Lawrence is like primo goon on him fight.
Yeah, and it's gonna be the last chance that I can really like get, you know, the squad in, because I probably want to do Garamond alone.
Once you do Lawrence, the game's basically over because Garamond and Moon Presence are, well, I'll just say this: they are not Lady Maria or Orphan of Kos or Ludwig the Holy Blade.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of mad I didn't get to do Moon Presence at all in my Platinum clear up. I didn't get to do Squid Ending on stream.
Yeah.
Because that was the one I already had.
Now, if you lose to Moon Presence, do you have to go back in and fight Garamond?
No. Permanent progress.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. How do I summon... Well, we're doing Lawrence, right?
We want to do Lawrence because if you beat Garamond in Moon Presence in one go, you will go straight to New Game Plus.
That is
you'll
true.
Lose Lawrence. So.
Where is Lawrence?
How can you summon for Lawrence? I summoned for Lawrence in my stream some guy.
Yeah.
So it can be done. He's in The Hunter's Nightmare, the first one.
Wow.
Because remember, he's just straight up the stairs. He's in the Vicar Amelia boss room.
Oh, yeah. Do I have Lawrence's human skull? I might.
We should.
I thought we did that. No, we might need to ride the elevator around.
Dang.
I think Jace was explaining that to me.
Jace Swizzle was on to something. Did you get Lawrence's head? How could we not get Lauren's head?
I mean, I was just told. I think Justin also told me that what's going on with Lauren's. Wait, is this the way to Lauren's?
Yeah. Well, I can't remember if it's up. Yeah, it's up these stairs.
Okay.
Keep going up.
That makes this run back ever so slightly annoying.
Did I see your JFK conspiracy?
What, mine?
No, Annie's asking. I did not see it. I don't know where it would be.
I died. Oh, I should probably actually spend my souls. Huh. I should probably.
I genuinely believe that the bullet that killed JFK was from an SS gun, but entirely by accident and due to the jerk forward by the driver after the governor of Texas was shot. That would be interesting. I've definitely mentioned this before. My conspiracy theory that I want to be true is that the moon landing was real, but the footage was faked.
That'd be funny.
Like, yeah, the footage was so ass, they're like, we can't air this. And then they brought Stanley Kubrick into the studio.
Yeah. That would be pretty funny.
I see you later, Forsyth. Good luck on the exam.
Yeah, good luck. Where the fuck are my blood echoes?
Some asshole probably absorbed them. Did you level up with them?
No, I need them.
Let's see. Who has them? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Is that guy up there?
Well, we're gonna find out soon.
Because he's gonna kill those guys, and maybe one of them has it. Okay.
He has them?
Yeah, T has them. All right, time to lock in. Because, like, you
I've
clearly
killed this
beat
guy
enemies much
before.
tougher than this, but...
I've killed him before.
Yeah, just don't... This is too valuable to, you know, like...
Like, pussyfoot around on? Yeah.
Yeah. This boss drops more souls than Orphan of Cost, so...
Shit. Fuck. I'm locked. Son of a bitch.
Damn.
He trapped me in a corner and killed me. Yeah, alright, that's about right for me.
There we go.
It's all good. Okay,
God.
let's get Lawrence's skull.
Yeah, we gotta go get head from Lawrence, chat.
Listen, no one freak out about losing the souls. It doesn't fucking matter. I beat Orphan of Cost without them, so, like, I don't need them.
And if we wanted them so bad, like...
We could come fuck.
We know.
We could always come fuck.
Backtracking? What does this Faxana do? I'm
love so far behind on Faxana.
It's okay. Faxana is not very long. I'm pretty far behind. I just completed 3 springs.
It's not my usual... Oh, it is so much more worth it to actually use them instead of selling them. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Alright, well, fair enough. Faxanadu is already, like, I'm running into the same problem with Faxanadu that I'm having with, like, playing Legend of Zelda 2, which is just, like, in my head, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, I want to play Legend of Zelda 2. It's a part of history, and I like games that are maligned. And then I, like, actually get to the practice of, like, playing it, and I'm like, oh, I don't really like it.
I love, sorry, I have the stream up on the other end so I can see chat, and, like, it just played the bit where you got killed by the, flaming boulder again, so I got to laugh for a second time. It's such a funny death.
It is my cosmic fate.
When traps kill you.
Where are we going to get the, it's the... Is it the Nightmare Church that we're going to?
Is it the Lighthouse Hut?
No, because that's in Fishing Hamlet. Isn't the head on the 2 elevator switcheroo? Research hall.
That'd be the research
Ride
hall.
the elevator down. Yeah.
So, weirdly, I think Faxanadu, one thing that helps Faxanadu to me is that it is much easier than Zelda 2.
That is encouraging. I got thrown off because, like, the very first zone has 2 enemies and you don't have a way to kill them.
That's just like Bloodborne.
Yeah, except that
you killed the enemy in Bloodborne.
Yeah. Oh right, I did. I opened the Bloodborne stream by killing the guy. You don't have to kill the guy, but I just did anyway.
You did it for fun.
Bloodborne has turned me into a monster.
Faxanadu is like a classic case, though, of a game that, like, I think in a lot of ways, I think it's a game that has a ton of problems.
Mm-hmm. How do I go down?
I think it's also like, is there not a switch on the? I guess can you throw the lever again?
Is that how I do it?
I can't think of anything else that works like that. But
no, I just had to like stand off of it for a while. Finicky ass motherfucking technology.
And then you'll have to do that again.
Yeah, but then I jump off. I'm gonna get elevator shafted so hard.
I love elevator shaft. Faxanadu is actually super fun, but also very much has been done better since. I think that's true. I think also from the context of its time, it's probably better than Simon's Quest. Lawrence's Skull.
I love Lawrence's
I love
Skull.
Simon's Quest.
Can I write this down?
We thankfully live in the age of save states.
Can I
think so. Because there is shit down there.
Can I please have a turn writing it down? Am I allowed a little bit of
Maybe you can throw the switch on this one.
Okay, yeah. Hurry. Yeah. Gimme.
Come on. Okay. And then I am going to be really curious to hear everybody's thoughts on it.
I got to get back on it. I've been working very hard on my upcoming video.
The canon.
The church canon and why it's based.
But I love, like, the okay, Faxanadu is my favorite game for Exhibit A of that one commenter I had that one time that said Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 are just like the same game if you take their objective, if you only consider their objective qualities, which is that they're brown and gray, which is also true about Faxanadu. I think Faxanadu has one of the best brown and gray and vomit palettes ever on the NES. I don't know how they achieved it, honestly, because if you look at the color palette for the NES, it's like so bad, it's so limited. And Faxanadu just does so much with it. It also has like a lot of interesting, pretty innovative graphical techniques once you get past the springs. There's the Village of Mist that happens afterwards, and I have not seen that much translucent graphics on the NES in any other game.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the fog area, some guy, it's so good.
The initial visual look of Faxanadu for me made me think that it was gonna be like a sci-fi for some reason.
Yeah.
And I think it's just that, like, breaking down the visual style of fantasy and sci-fi and NES, like, graphical capacity. Some of the things kind of, like, line up weirdly with each other.
Yeah. There's so much stuff in Faxanadu, too, that, like, has, like, some NES strangeness. If you read the, I like it in the manual, it describes poison as, it is poison.
Thank God.
And I would have never known that.
Yeah.
Don't have negative thoughts. What was the one line I found that was like... I love also the first dungeon you go into is called... The first dungeon you go into is called Tower of Fortress.
All right, come on, Setzer and Celeste. Let's kill Kefka. Except Kefka's my boyfriend.
Although I think my favorite weird thing about Faxanadu is that It is a spin-off of a Falcom game
Oh, ho, ho,
published
ho.
by Nintendo.
It all comes back.
It always comes back to Falcom somehow.
Yeah.
It's also just really funny to me that Nintendo did publish a game where like dudes is just sitting around town just smoking cigarettes.
Pallbearer Barter?
Yes! Spaghetti Western Bartry's back!
If you see Bartray, pray for your death.
Lawrence needs to trade his skull for a coffin.
I've also decided that I'm okay killing Lawrence because I know that I've been digging around in his head and I've been like doing all sorts of fucked up things with him. So like, I know at this point in time what we're doing is flirting.
Yeah.
Warrior Bard. That is so fucking cool.
Yes. Oh, and he's got the Undertaker hat on too.
Oh my
Holy
god.
shit.
I love this. I love this so much. I love this so
He is gonna
much. Are you
tombstone-
kidding me?
he's gonna
And the
tombstone
mustache.
pile-drive
This
Lawrence.
is FE6 Barter.
God, I love this.
Oh
That's
my
the line.
God.
Lord Pent brought it back. The meteorite is meditated on at the Tower of Suffer.
Beautiful. Alright, we can clear the area
I
until we
wish
get our
Spaghetti
next...
Western Bartray was real. He's so cool. He's so cool.
Could you imagine if there's a new Fire Emblem game that comes out, but it is just, like, a spaghetti western?
Oh, that would be, I mean, I think Fire Emblem needs to do something like that. I think the Yakuza series should be the model for all franchises. We wanted to make a pirate game, so we just did that. And just put Yakuza characters in it. And we didn't give a crap about...
Holy! Pallbearer Bartray just fucking died.
I hate this enemy. Sometimes enemies just do that. We gotta bring him back. Don't go in there.
Oh, I'm not fucking going in there yet.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta get him back.
No, we stand here, and we
love Pallbearer
wait.
Bartray. That dude did just make him trade his bow for a coffin, though.
That is true. Typical Bartray getting doubled.
Pray for your death. If what was the
Also, Hylock, I haven't said it. I didn't say any of that because we just came in hard with, like, hope posting.
we had to get it out of the system. I think we
Yeah.
had to get it out of the system.
But hello, everyone. Hello, Locke and Rexfire and Some Guy and Lord Pent and Philip and Justin and Miles, if you're around, and Philip and Nick. And, you know, Annie and so many people are here. If I didn't get your name, I'm sorry. I've been busy making sure that nothing ever happens.
Except rizzing up Lawrence. That is happening. The Oh, but chat, if you would like to participate in Faxanadu discussions, just be ready, because I'm definitely going to do Parasite Eve as a game next year for it. Because
Also, just in case there's somebody in my audience who also isn't part of Bopper's audience and doesn't quite know where this is coming from, Professor Bopper, my lovely guest for all of the Souls games that we've been going through, is running a video game book club for his Patreon members over at what is it, patreon.com/bootybopper. And YouTube, and YouTube members.
If you pay me to maintain the server, you get to be a part of it.
Yeah. I am not offering anything quite as luxurious and fun on my Patreon. But I am working on another Patreon exclusive video. There are currently 2 Patreon exclusive videos plus all of my old unlisted videos that I took down from public eye. If you want to see my grotesque human face in all of its horrible, horrible glory. But those videos are all also quite bad, so I wouldn't.
Get your money's worth, chat.
But yeah, join Bopper's book club either through Patreon or through being a YouTube member. I used to have YouTube members, and YouTube has decided, oh, goodbye, Pallbearer Barter.
What? No!
Why did you return to your own world?
Some guy, no. Maybe his power went out.
Oh.
I did rebrand because of
also Moog, Lord of Blood.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that Moog, Lord of Blood has been showing up. We are getting to your game. We are headed in your direction. We're going to be playing Sekiro after this, but, you know.
And it's going to depend, I don't know. It's going to be weird because I'm going to end up doubling back to Dark Souls to get Speedy to play Dark Souls. His chat is, like, unhealthfully excited about that, and so am I.
Yeah. Oh, your internet hiccuped. That sucks.
Yeah. There's going to be Parasite Eve. I think we should do. Has anyone played, because this is something I'm sort of considering, but so there's a more general question. Has anybody played the Zelda Oracle games?
Oh, Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages?
Yeah,
I fucking love those games.
Those are my two huge blind spots for Zelda. I've played most of every Zelda game except I've played very little of Oracle of Ages, and I have played not a single frame of Seasons. And I was considering those for one at some point to make me play it.
I adore those games. I think that they're gems.
You're gonna dodge waterfowl dance first try and make you look like a child. Philip,
don't say that.
If you remember on one of my Bloodborne streams where I beat Melania and Promised Consort Radon in the same stream before playing Bloodborne Chalice Dungeons.
Yeah.
That was a time. Beating Promised Consort Radon in one attempt was like super insane. And because my other attempts were not on stream and therefore don't exist, I first tried it.
Yeah, it's true. Alright, here we go.
Oh yeah, Miles, let's not talk about Twin Prince's Dark Souls 3 because Vivian won't remember who that boss is.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Why is he so zesty, Lawrence?
Like, oh my god. Look at it. Look at that.
This is what Orsino
What a drama
looks
queen.
like.
I love him. This is Orsino, yeah.
Yeah, this is what Orsino looks like at the beginning of 12th Night.
I said Olivia instead. It was Orsino. You knew what I meant.
Yeah.
I think he's in love with Olivia is the thing.
If music be the food of love, play on.
Yeah. Give me excess of it. This Benvolio? Much Ado About Nothing is really great. I don't like ranking Shakespeare latter half Shakespeare comedies against each other because it is just why are you making two bad bitches fight each other? In my humble opinion.
The way Shakespeare plays rank out more or less is like you got Two Gentlemen of Verona, sucks.
This is bad.
And then like everything else is varying degrees of great. Maybe there are Timon of Athens stands and Coriolanus True Vision chat. I don't know. Late stage Shakespeare is really weird. He definitely had his like I hit the peak, now I'm gonna be strange art at the end that all great artists go through.
I really like I'm like relentlessly fond of I don't know, maybe it's weird of me to oh, I'm getting sucked.
Oh no. He's flirting with you?
He is flirting with me. Okay, I'm gonna get out of the corner. I've been backed back into a corner. He likes putting me in a corner. It's how we flirt. God, look at him. Ah, he's so beautiful.
The problem for Lawrence is running the spaghetti western archer.
Yeah. He needs to trade his skull for a coffin.
It's over for him.
What was I about to say? I have my favorite, like, mid-tier Shakespeare comedy. Like, I don't know if that's an important thing to have in your life.
All's well that ends well.
Merry Wives of Windsor.
Ooh.
It is such a decisively mid play, but I kind of love it because it really is a play that exists because the Queen was like, I like Falstaff. I don't like it that his play was, like, sad, though. I want Falstaff. Like, make me a play with Falstaff in it, please. And he was like, yeah, all right.
One of the best Shakespeare movie adaptations is Chimes at Midnight. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
I don't know if I have.
It combines Merry Wives of Windsor and Henry IV to just follow Falstaff's story, directed and starring Orson Welles as Falstaff.
Oh, fuck yeah. Why have I not seen this yet?
Ooh. I don't know. It's for a long time it was.
Hey, I remember this boss. I remember this in Stranger of Paradise. Holy shit! Wait, I'm sorry. Do you remember the one boss fight in Stranger of Paradise where like you fight the guy and he's like a regular guy, and then his second half he's like kind of stuck in the ground because he's lost the bottom half of his body. That's what this is. Stranger of Paradise likes Bloodborne.
Stranger of Paradise is amazing. I love Jack Darlin.
We should do Stranger of Paradise co-op at some point, Bopper.
I would really like to.
Right?
Platinum trophy. Stranger of Paradise Platinum trophy.
What platform do you have it on?
PlayStation.
Same here. Oh fuck yeah, it's on.
I can't wait for. I don't know what you have to do for Platinum trophy Stranger of Paradise. Probably it's
probably going to be horrifying.
It's probably terrible. Let me look it up. Oh, by Lawrence, the first vicar. Lawrence, the first vicar Amelia. Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin, Platinum Trophy Guide. What do we have here?
Is there a post-game... Is there a post-session aftercare party with Lawrence, or is he just gone?
He's just gone. Ooh! Difficulty, 4 out of 10. Playthrough 1 hours 40. There are no missable trophies.
Bloodborne stealing from Stranger of Paradise again. I'm always saying that.
Yeah.
I forgot about runes. I should maybe put on the special rune and see if it's worth...
Could you imagine Rip Gehrman, honestly, if you have more powerful runes to go add to your weapon?
Hey, you know... You never know.
Is there a chance?
Attack versus
Possibly.
the kin? What is the kin?
That's a chat question.
Chat, what is the kin?
It looks like it's just an improvement over what you have anyway.
Well, yeah, unless it turns out that, like, the Moon Presence and Gehrman count as the kin.
The kin are a class of enemies. They're the aliens, the blue guys.
So neither Moon Presence or Gehrman count?
So it's just Celestial Emissary and Living
Because if Moon Presence count as kin, then this would be bad.
I don't think so. Moon Presence is a great one, not a kin. So...
Yeah, fuck it. Cheers,
Rom is kin. I guess it's got to be people that were transformed into it, right?
Not the Moon Presence itself. That's what I'm hearing. Kin is peeps with pale blood like celestial emissaries and great ones. So this would count as kin.
Let me look it up.
Yeah, just look it up. I'm sitting here trying to figure it out.
Moon Presence? Is not one.
Moon Presence is not kin. One, but it's... Doesn't count as kin.
Kin is Robin, Vacuous Spider, Celestial Emissary, and Living Failures.
Guys, we are thriving.
Yes.
And
we already ate the umbilical cord, right?
Yes. What do I want here right now? Because I have visceral attacks with store HP, higher blood vial maximum, raises HP.
Let's see, you have...
I have the Beast Embrace. I can assume the form of a ghastly beast. I don't know what that does for me.
That's for, like, transformation stuff, and I'm not sure how it, like, works. I've never messed with it, really.
Okay,
Let's see,
because it doesn't seem like it's something that I need or will help me in any way, shape, or form.
The, honestly, I don't know what on here you'd even want to change.
Honestly, I think I'm doing good. I need to refresh my shit, because I have more HP now and can hold another blood rune, or blood vial.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna level up while I'm here. Do I even need more? I mean, I guess I can... you know what? I'm gonna go for the maximum disrespect. I'm just gonna add another strength on there. I'm sure I have plenty of vitality. And then I'm going to just kind of pop into somewhere and then pop back out.
Yeah. Look.
There's a surprise if you put the beast rune on.
To quote Jack Garland, diaper change.
Yeah. For a moment there, I thought you were about to say, to quote Jack Garland, nothing ever happens.
I mean, like... Is that the...
Well, to be fair, kind of. The plot of Stranger Paradise is that there are forces that are very determined to be like, no, Jack, nothing ever happens. And Jack goes, fuck you, you crazy bitch.
And they find the ultimate way to make nothing ever happen, which is by cycling time.
Yeah. It goes crazy. I love Stranger Paradise so much. Sadly, although I am making a new Final Fantasy video for this month, it is not about Stranger Paradise.
Yeah, we got the 3 umbilical cords.
Yes, I did.
Because we got the one in the Old Hunter's Workshop. We got the one from Murdo's Wet Nurse, and I think you just had another one that you had picked up somewhere.
Yeah. All right, fine. I'll just put the thing on.
Stranger.
Oh.
You're a werewolf.
I'm a furry.
I guess now you gotta keep it on.
I guess, but I don't know if Edgar's a furry is the problem.
So is this for Edgar or is this for you as a treat?
Rawr.
I mean, this.
Fuck it.
Remember, this is not Edgar Final Fantasy VI. This is Edgar Bloodborne.
And yes, I did get all of the umbilical cords. We used them in one of our streams to ensure that it was already done. And if it doesn't work, then this was never going to be a Moon Presence run anyway. That's my cope.
Yeah. This is wow, all trophies gonna hit hard.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Here we go.
Just don't misclick on your choice with Garmin.
I'm just... God, please.
That would be the worst.
Can we talk about how beautiful this is?
It's so good.
Good hunter, you've done well. The night is near its end.
Rawr.
Now, I will show you mercy. You will die, forget the dream, and awake under the morning sun.
I really like the idea that your character, if your character's saying no, it is because they're going like, die, fuck you, I'm not gonna die, you're gonna die.
Yeah. Refuse.
I didn't really pay attention to like what that means for me, but like, fuck you.
Look, he gave you the nothing ever happens option.
Yeah.
What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible...
Sorry, I don't look at games released before November 2024. Thank you, Lord Pitt.
Yeah.
Metaphor? Old as shit.
It's vintage.
I don't believe in old games. Speaking of games that came out in November 2024, though, Lord Pimp, I did get the my pre-order of the Atari 50 expanded edition Steelbook for Nintendo Switch came in today. I'm very excited for that.
Ooh.
I can finally play dog shit Atari Jaguar games on a Nintendo Switch with Joy-Con drift.
Got him.
Oh, that's cute. He tried to parry you. Chad, I'm going to ask this because I'm curious here, because I don't find Garmin to be particularly difficult. I know when I fought him, he was not hard at all. I don't know why a fight like this, or even Gascoigne, they all feel way easier than PC Hunter fights that are just on the regular level. Is this just the boss health bar like locking you in way more?
I think part of it
know.
is that. I think part of it is also that usually the NPC fights.
See, this is where I get mad greedy and I'm like beating the shit out of them in that change. I don't care if it's only 5 HP of damage. I'm getting it. Got hyper armor now. Be careful.
Noticing.
There are probably very annoying people on Twitter complaining about hyper armor in regards to this. That's a good point, Gerb. They share your model, but not your restrictions. I guess because like Gascoigne becomes a giant werewolf, and Garmin's got deep lore. Like they feel like very distinct characters. They don't feel like even footing, whereas the hunters are super annoying because they should not be the way that they are. Oof. Sorry.
I can't believe
I
this is
thought
an
nothing ever
objectively
happened
bad
around
boss
here.
fight. The Moon Presence comes down here and goes, no, nothing ever happens.
So yeah, I guess Moon Presence is here. Moon Presence is the Wojak of this ending. The problem is that we're gonna kill it.
Yeah. That's not Werewolf Edgar. He's got to keep appearances.
I'm gonna become a great one. No, nothing ever happens.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever fought this boss, so I'm coming in blind on this one.
Yeah, and you didn't watch me fight it. This is the one Bloodborne fight, Chalice Dungeons included, that I never did
On stream.
on stream. Yeah, I have beaten this obviously because I do have a squid ending, but. I love that attack.
What took me by surprise?
Yeah. That attack, just so you know, it can't kill you. It always leaves you at 1 HP, so it leaves you at magic pixel no matter what.
I see. So Bopper, there's a problem.
I always... What?
We're out of Bloodborne.
No, we're not. Look, there we are. John Bloodborne. Look.
Put the fries in the bag.
should've-
We're in presents.
They should have replaced the doll's dialogue here with, I hate it when people are like, stop putting your madman's knowledge all over my baby. Like, bitch, first of all, that's not madman's knowledge. That's like eyes on the inside or some other shit. Plus, Vickers don't even know the ramifications of its hazard yet. Motherfucking hoe.
So,
Pizza time?
I guess it's the podcast hour now, huh?
Is it the New Game Plus speedrun hour?
Okay, does this make it official? The hardest boss in Bloodborne for me took 4 attempts? Or 5? Was there one that took me a lot? I think Ludwig took me 5.
I don't remember how many attempts Ludwig was. I just know it was 12 minutes.
It was 12 minutes. Jesus fucking Christ.
Which
What
means
is wrong with me?
living failures might have taken longer just on sheer virtue of the fact that they have a fucking bitch figure like I've never seen.
And a walk back. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. This is incredible. You know what?
Didn't
Bloodstarved
Bloodstarved Beast?
took a few attempts, but you summoned for that one. So
Don't remember. I feel like it was 2 attempts with with summons.
now do it with a Joseph Anderson build.
Actual baby game.
You have another Blood Rock.
I do have another Blood Rock, but is there a sword and shield for balance for objective gameplay in this game?
Wait, Biff Whittle's here. Pizza time. Yes, it is pizza time, Biff Whittle.
Also Chalice Dungeon? We're not going to get through all of the Chalice Dungeons is the problem.
No. I guess the choice here, if you wanted to continue yapping without just standing around aimlessly, would either be Chalice Dungeons or New Game Plus Speedrun. Let's see if you can do it. Because minimum boss's Bloodborne is Gascoigne, Vicar Amelia, Gascoigne, Vicar Amelia, Shadows of Yharnam, Rom the Vacuous Spider, Mikolash, Murgo's Wet Nurse, I think.
Yeah.
Is the minimum sequence. And I remember when I did that on New Game Plus, I think it took 45 minutes.
I don't know if I really want to do that is the problem, because I'd have to navigate
you don't
Bloodborne.
have to.
And that is my one weakness.
Is what?
Navigating navigating these games.
This is true. But you also have summons that do the navigation for
That
you.
is true. You know, fuck it. We'll do a little bit casual running through. I'll summon for stuff, and we can just kind of have like a vibe sesh for a little while.
Because you're not getting platinum trophy. If
My-
anything, the
my
Chalice
only-
Dungeons is not the most annoying part. It's getting all the weapons. That would be the annoying part.
My
Just
only
being
issue
there.
is like honestly, what I would almost prefer to do is just start Sekiro tonight, but I don't want to make it one. I as a matter of like my weird numbers based autism, I would want all of my playlists to be like bespoke, clean things. And I think that it would be really deeply humiliating to have my like first episode of my Sekiro playthrough just also include 2 hours of me beating the shit out of the last few bosses of Bloodborne.
Yeah.
And I can't like split the stream into 2 different parts.
No, not unless you restarted the whole
And I
thing.
also don't think I have
But
Sekiro installed is the problem.
Okay, and the other the only reason, because I did that, I remember with Sekiro, but I sort of had no choice, because if you remember, the reason why it had to go to Pokemon Emerald was because we beat Ishin in 5 minutes of the start of the stream.
Yeah.
So it was like, I didn't want to do it, but 2 hours into a stream, there's no pressure to do anything.
Yeah,
5 minutes
we
and you already
could
beat the
just
final
end
boss,
it.
There's no choice.
Yeah. Like, we could also just end the stream a little early.
Yeah.
That's not unprecedented.
Yeah.
If I end the stream and start Sekiro, everyone will probably jump in. I don't have it installed, is kind of... Or a thumbnail. And I can't put myself or Bopper on the spot like that and be like, create a thumbnail, please. Yes, thank you. You know? But I'll start installing it, and if it installs pretty quickly, maybe I can open up a... Maybe we can change my my Steam's my OBS to Photoshop, and we can just start to brainstorm a Sekiro thumbnail together. What do you think, Bopper? Would that be fun?
We could do that. Did I do that once? I don't remember. I think I said I was going to do that once, and then I just didn't. The thumbnail on stream.
Yeah, I'm also kind of
Photoshop, though,
reconsidering it because my computer is starting to chug just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just from trying to download Sekiro also.
To make it almost to not kill your computer.
Yeah.
Are you playing Steam Sekiro?
Yeah. Because it was on sale.
1920.
I have to tell you, I'm in such a weird place with this because I am nervous about Sekiro because Sekiro has been explained to me. Ooh, yeah, no, I'm gonna honestly, no, I have to pause the download because it is obliterating my,
Okay, it's obliterating.
Like, I just, like, jumped up in bandwidth nonsense. I dropped, like, 500 frames in that just on the spot.
Oh, that might just be normal Bloodborne.
All signed and sealed.
Yeah, the internet is going
Bloodborne
yeah.
loves dropping frames.
So.
Oh, don't you worry.
The
Whatever happens, you may.
It would also be weird because no matter what you choose to do, there would not be Sekiro next week because I won't be streaming at all next week post VLR. I'm taking the full weekend off.
That's fair.
Of streams. Because, well, I'm treating myself to doing nothing because it'll be what was it? So, my birthday's next week, but it won't stream.
Happy early birthday.
And I didn't want to. VLR ends next week, the day before. So my birthday's next Friday, so VLR ends Thursday. Goon Green ends tomorrow. Bloodborne ended today, so it sort of felt like the perfect time to take a little break.
Oh, did VLR end yesterday?
It ends next Thursday.
Okay. Damn it. I think you guys are going to beat me in Rawberry.
Sadly, we definitely will.
Because we're also close to the end, but we only stream for 3 hours a week.
Yeah, we've only been... Well, we did... That's about how long me and Speedy streamed, but we had one random one that went for 5 hours. It was on a Friday night. And I think part 15 is what's next, so... You know, it adds up. It's added up. We've been doing it since the beginning of August, so...
Yeah.
I'm kind of ready for it to be over. Not that I'm like sick and tired of the game, but you know, it's just been long, so it'll be good to take a break from it, especially because at some point, probably next year, Speedy's gonna make me play Zero Time Dilemma.
Yeah,
The things I do to make him play Dark Souls.
I'm pumping the brakes a little bit on the third Zero Escape game between me and Rawberry because we have a plan to do Baldur's Gate 3. And that's going to take, 20 million thousand years.
Yeah.
But it'll be
Imagine
great.
spending 100 hours in Baldur's Gate 3 just for the final boss to tell you nothing ever happens.
I hope that that's what the final boss of Baldur's Gate 3 is, because I have not yet played it.
I do love how that is going to be the ending of Metaphor, because the only way that's not the ending of Metaphor is if Luis wins, and I have my doubts that that's what happens.
I do want to say that I kind of think that Luis should be remembered as an iconic villain.
Luis is a nice villain.
They really committed to him in a way that I feel like we just don't see that much of.
Yeah, he is just a huge asshole.
Like in an age of people always trying to treat villains with the soft touch, or they're just not really particularly interesting.
Give them the blorb factor.
Yeah. Luis is just fucking out there. He is just hardline committed to his bullshit. And
he's just Griffith.
Yeah. A friend of mine actually, Locke and I have been watching through this wonderful anime called Gate. Which
Not Steins Gate, just Gate.
Just Gate. It is, as he described, the worst anime he has ever seen. And I will say that it is the most holistically bad anime that I've ever seen. I've seen anime with lower valleys.
I hope, I just want to say really quick, not to interrupt you, but Biff Whittle, please, Biff Whittle, if you're still here, please just start dropping names of dog shit in chat, dog shit anime in chat, please, please, please. Continue, though, about Gate.
Gate is... I had to get back on model. Made by an actual jingoist fascist. I don't know if I'm ready to say that Gate is made by an actual jingoist fascist. I will say that the author of Gate served in the JSDF.
And that's
and had a I don't know if it's compulsory or not, but I do know that
I know military service is compulsory.
I do know that regardless of whether or not it's compulsory, he did seem to think that it was really, really good what he was doing.
Yeah.
So he's spoken quite a lot at the Diet. Oh, yeah. Listen, it shows. I will say it shows. But wait, hold on, I've lost track. Why did I bring this up? What were we
Biff
just
Whittle
talking?
says I'm a sucker for isekai slop.
Well,
Biff Whittle has seen so much dog shit, and
the problem that I have with it is that I don't know if it counts as an isekai.
I think, well, Biff Whittle's just saying that in general because I'm looking for the list of dog shit anime because I've seen shit like The Magic Sorcerer's Apprentice and I don't know. He goes through the Crunchyroll A to Z list to find the worst stuff he can. That's unlike me. I find the worst stuff I can on Toronto sites.
Yeah.
That's where I watched a full playthrough of Yakuza 4.
I love Yakuza 4. But yeah, it's quite bad. It's a quite bad show.
I got bad news. Moog Lord of Blood has popped a huge rod in chat.
Ah, fuck. Prawn Thai goes hard. Thank you for that. That's really good. Oh, everybody's here. Read some isekai slot that actually got canceled because the author was a turbo fascist. Oh. I mean, I will say, it shouldn't be, maybe it shouldn't be quite that surprising that there is a lot of like deep-seated conservative folks going around in Japan. Like, those policies are, you know.
Shout out to Doohickey Man.
I love Doohickey Man.
Doohickey Man did a lot for anti-fascism and anti-nationalism in Japan, surprisingly.
Yeah.
It's like everybody woke up collectively and was like, I hated Shinzo Abe. This is so cool.
Yeah, I know that there's been a story floating around in the news about how, like, Trump apparently thinks a lot about Shinzo Abe and misses him or whatever. To which...
He had said repeatedly, I wish Shinzo were here.
Yeah, to
which
which
I think is hilarious.
I can only reply, I only think about Shinzo Abe's killer. I hope that he's resting easy.
I wish I could see... I just hope that I wish I could see Shinzo is followed up with "and the monkey's paw curled."
Yeah, one
Hello,
day.
Pumpkins. Hey, Pumpkin. He's barking at me. I'm gonna go get him food.
Yeah. Well then, chat, it is just us. Hello, and welcome back to video games. I'm like 99% certain that, like, if Tim Rogers knew how many times I like talk about him on the internet and in my videos and everything, he would be probably a little weirded out, and that's fair, and I am sorry about that, but also, what can I do? It's like that one meme about Shinzo Abe blocking the assassin bullet. Ugh. Bopper's not here. Time to admit that I'm secretly scared of goth girls. Damn. I don't think he'd be sad about that. I think if anything, he'd probably just take that and be like, okay, more for me. This has turned into a real bloodbath. Bloodborne bath. Yeah, I like BDSM when I'm the one not doing it. Hell yeah.
Phew.
I really feel like in my head I had a reason for bringing up Gate, outside of the fact that I saw it last night and it burned a hole in my brain, and I feel like I need to tell somebody about it or else I'll go insane. But I feel like we were talking about something specific, and like there was a reason why I was going to bring it up, and I just, for the life of me, can't remember.
I came back, and Pumpkin, please do not complain. I have a delicious bowl of food right here for you. Come on. You can't want hot fries that bad. Wow, because I come back to chat and I see a chud, and I see a bunch of people afraid of goth girls.
Wait, is there a chud here? I'm
pretty sure I caught it. I'm pretty sure I just saw a chud.
Oh, did they get top chatted?
I'm on top chat and I saw it. They didn't say nothing like.
No. Let's see. How did I know the furry weirdo is a dude playing? Oh, yeah, that seems to be a chud.
That's definitely a chud.
Goodbye.
That's really funny to me, just on the face of like presumably this is that person's leisure time.
Yep.
And this is all they've got? Man, what having no friends does to a motherfucker.
Yeah. All right. Listen, I
Back to goth clubs.
I have said this before, and I feel like, oh man, summon Father Gascoigne. Why would you give me this opportunity? He's only gonna make it harder as the problem, because NPC summons are garbage. But like,
Nah, they're pretty good. They're tanky. They're a lot tankier than.
God, I do love him.
Bring him in. Destroy the cleric beast with Father Gascoigne for no reason.
Yeah. Hi. Oh my God.
Oh,
hi.
Forsyth, you're back.
I
I got a 93. Congratulations.
Oh, nice.
I hope that's a 93 out of 100.
Yeah, and not
And
like
not a 93 out of 200, which
Yeah.
happened to me once. Not fun.
or a 93 out of 1,000.
Oh, that would be brutal. 93 out of 1,000 would be crazy. That's diabolical work.
Yeah. I'm just gonna start like making all of my assignments just worth a crazy amount of points on paper, even though it all just totals out the same way. Watch out, class. This next assignment is worth 20,000 points.
Well, I don't do assignments or reading in my classrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Once we're done doing woke math, you know, and installing litter boxes into the classroom,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
we recant upon my white privilege.
Yeah.
I've never actually read a book, believe it or not.
I feel like I constantly
Certainly never any.
I feel like I constantly impress people or surprise people by the fact that like I'm not quite as well read. You doing okay there, man?
Oh, he's trying to go. That's his. That's the house. That's his house right there.
Oh, that's
lamp.
real fucking sad.
Mhm.
Damn, man, get over it. Call your daughter.
And don't kill your wife in this timeline.
Yeah. Being a random assignment worth 50% of the grade because I can. Yeah. I was gonna say something. I don't know. Oh, I've never been one to like, in full recognition of like the totality of the shit that I care about. I've never really been one to super value, like reaching out across the aisle and like doing like a bipartisan outreach or whatever. But like after this election, like I distinctly don't want to anymore. Like they did this shit to themselves, and they can rot with it for all I care at this point.
Oh, can you imagine, like...
Anybody,
Losing your
respectfully,
time on
anybody out here who's trying to be like, oh, well, you know, we should really reach out to men, to try to, like, sway them. At this point in time, like, no. The men will recognize, that they fucked up when RFK Jr. Pulls all the fluoride out of our water, and their teeth rot decades from now.
Well, sucks for me because my teeth just rot no matter what, because I love my tooth genetics.
My tooth genetics have been exceptionally kind to me. Also, probably the fluoride in the water.
Well, that's what turned you gay, right?
Well, it did also turn me gay, but that wasn't, like, it wasn't there in order to turn me gay. It, like,
Okay.
people
It just-
don't get it. Like, the problem is that it's, like, a causality thing. Like, we put fluoride in the water because it is good for your teeth. It also just does, by happenstance, turn you gay.
Yeah. But that's only in select cases. In all cases, though, it turns you woke.
Yeah.
The,
Oh yeah, you're right. When everyone's teeth falls out, it'll be the sitting president's fault. Yeah.
The you can't reach out to men, says the brick wall. They're too busy holding their rods while playing Stellar Blade. Hey, that's not fair because you could reach out to me.
Yeah.
You know, I think that the reason why it's not worth reaching out to like this specific brand of like misandry is running wild, I'm losing my birthright, man, is because there's nowhere to reach out to them in an online space that's meaningful. Because I don't think that it's impossible to have meaningful online spaces.
I like to believe that my
but
Discord is a meaningful online space for
I
people
like to
who
think
like
that
Final
the-
Fantasy.
I like to think that this channel and my channel and the book club and all these sort of places, I like to think that they're good, and I think there's a lot of places that are good and are genuinely helpful. But I think if somebody gets trapped in very bad places on the internet, so like if we, it's a chicken and egg situation. If we do say though that like the online is the problem, the online addiction is what radicalizes these people into lonely incels, I think the way you combat that is not by changing the online spaces that they're in, but by getting them offline. And I think
Yeah.
I don't think that requires direct community outreach to them. I think that just requires a large-scale societal attack against cell phones and internet addiction the way we did with cigarettes.
Yeah. Also, like, some of the more diehard folks in here are just going to like get serious like bowel diseases when they keep on trying to drink raw milk to own the libs. Like,
Oh, that's
that is
gonna
also
kill
just going to
so many
happen.
people. Yeah.
Like, if RFK Jr. or whoever gets in charge of the FDA legalizes like private consumption of raw milk because it owns the libs or whatever, then like congratulations. The only people who are dying from that are like the people who voted the guy in.
Yeah. Because, well, okay, not quite. I think that there will be... The tragedy of this is that there are going to be kids that are hurt by
Yes.
this.
Okay. No, you're right.
You will get chud parents, and I think that's where, like...
There will be two
think-
kinds of people who will die from it.
There's almost no Schadenfreude here without consequence,
Yeah.
which is what makes it even more terrible. Now, I don't...
Yeah. No, you're right.
The question at that point, honestly, would be like if states themselves could ban raw milk, and then also like if stores would even be willing to carry a product that they know could instantly kill their own customers and make them liable.
Yeah.
Because guns are legal, Kroger's not selling them.
True. Oh, goodbye, Gascoigne. I wonder where he went.
Oh, definitely not to his wife. He's in every other weekend kind of bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yes, this is New Game Plus and dying now.
Yeah, we're just vibing for a little while. Do we have like a hard cutoff date on like when we're done vibing?
I don't know. I guess that's up to us.
That's true.
But
I don't
I
know.
don't know. I think also like, and the reason why I say getting off the online spaces is good is because I've even seen people like say, you know, okay, well, there is like a legit problem with like misandry. It's like, okay, well, where?
Yes, but like, well, I will agree actually. I do think that there is a problem with misandry. It's just that none of the online spaces that like say that they care about it are doing anything to help.
Well, when I'm saying where, I'm going to argue that the majority of places where it is a problem are also themselves online.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right.
So that's just where like I'm saying like the solution is not a restructuring of online spaces, but the deletion of online spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Because like most of that stuff is like just hyper obnoxious online bullshit. The people in real life don't talk. People in real life talk nothing like people with Twitter addiction.
Yeah, the weird thing is that like a lot of the actual problems that I perceive that we have with misandry are perpetuated by the same things that are advocating, or not advocating, but telling like young men that there is a misandry problem. Andrew Tate is the biggest misandrist that I know.
Yes.
And like trying to say that what we need to do to combat Andrew Tate is to create an anti-Andrew Tate on the internet, I think is pointless.
Because what do you really do? Because I think the issue here is like, an Andrew Tate, like a left-wing Andrew Tate is going to look like what exactly? Maybe this is my own imagination failing, but it's going to be what? A guy talking feminist theory while flexing? Or a dude like at the gym?
Yeah.
Pumping iron while talking about, you know, how patriarchy harms everyone. I don't know how useful that is, because I do think the problem at the core of all of this, I think that the ideology itself is generated by the lack of real life community, not by the online space itself perpetuating that ideology. I think you couldn't just replace the ideology and then change the men. I think you have to. We gotta get rid of the fucking phones. That's like the only thing. Like I'm so zealous on this now. Like we gotta get rid of the phones so bad. We gotta make that shit illegal. We gotta make notifications on your cell phone illegal. The EU or someone's gotta do this, because get people off Twitter, get people off of YouTube spaces that they shouldn't be on. Like get it. We gotta make this drink responsibly.
Yeah. I mean, God, not to sit here and just like hero worship the same guy over and over and over again, like a pleb or whatever. But like Tim Rogers preempted this like years ago in his Cyberpunk video.
Yeah, I always think of this bit that you're gonna.
Yeah, where he explains like.
Oh, that's the shortcut. Hit that elevator. Hit that elevator.
What you have to do, like what he does is he just like turns off all notifications on his phone for everything, always, all the time.
Yeah.
You will find time to catch up on things, and there is very little in your life that demands that you compromise what you're doing immediately for it.
I have I have turned off on my phone. I have turned off all notifications except for phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
And
I need a bonfire.
And like all text message notifications except for Sun My Buns, because like I'm not muting. If you're goth, you're not getting muted on my phone chat. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's number one rule.
You thought I was talking
now
about Tim
saying,
Robinson?
"Can I ask
I
a
don't know
favor?"
who Tim Robinson is.
What is the favor, Zendayan now?
Why am I not allowed to?
I would like to know.
Why am I not allowed to go home?
Mm-hmm.
I've turned off. Oh, there it is. Hi, Blueberries. Late to Bloodborne. Yeah, this is New Game Plus.
Don't worry, Bloodborne's late to Bloodborne.
Yeah, this is it. Oh no, we're reaching our peak viewership now? We're reaching it now? Bloodborne's over.
No, we're still here. Gascoigne is still in the future. You know, I press L2 against Cleric Beast. Oh, you want the pizza cutter against Cleric Beast?
Yeah.
The pizza cutter's so beautiful. I love the You know, I saw this once, and this is anecdotal, of course, but I remember reading a Reddit post of someone who was like talking about
Which of these
going
do I
to
not
college.
'Cause
You
I
can buy all of
took
these.
the
This
saw
decision's not super
cleaver.
important.
I don't think I took the hunter axe. So I'll just take it this time. Take
And the hunter pistol.
pistol this time.
The this Reddit posted this guy talking about like all of his anxieties of going to like college.
Mm-hmm.
And like how, you know, the women there were gonna laugh at him, and men there were gonna be like alpha chads who ignore him, and oh, you're balding, or you're fat, or you're whatever insecurity someone has, body image, interest image, whatever sort of thing is going on, and then saying like, I went there and like had none of those problems.
Mm-hmm.
Because college is this interesting little thing. If you live on a college campus, you do sort of get like your mini walkable city where you've got, you know, you're living in close quarters to other people. You're, you know, walking to class. You've got all the foods, the restaurants. You've got all the clubs. You've got all the social stuff going on, all in like a very tight area. And to me, that's why it's the destruction of the internet is what's important in this, because we've got to get people talking to other people. And I know people will say, oh, you know, it's you know, there's the issue of like urban planning in the US. We don't have cities where it's like feasible, you know, to be out there and to be social. I think that's true to an extent. I do think, at least with adults, certainly the means of transportation in most areas in the US is there enough to where if we can find ways to like bridge this, I think would solve that. Because I don't think some leftists make the argument that people are like literally trapped in their homes because of US urban planning. I don't think it's that. I think no matter how you urban plan, staying inside your house is the least resistance thing you can do, no matter what the situation is. And that's why it's so hard to combat it, because people go to the least resistance option they have available to them. And
I don't know. There's a part of me that like recognizes that like the lure of online spaces is almost at this point in time almost impossible to shake. Like,
yeah,
I cannot remove Discord from my phone. I know too many people. I care about too many people. There's just like there's too much shit in there that like I know that I'm gonna want, you know. But like I also think that like having a more reasonable, or at least like a more tempered relationship with it is probably better. I think that there's a difference between I think there's a difference between going, we have to cut it out entirely, no online stuff ever, and going like, well, there is some good for it, ergo the wild wild west has to happen online. It is just part of the devil's bargain that we have to make. Like, I think that there has to be a middle ground that we need to find, and we need to find it fast.
Yeah. And that's why I'm specifically hammering away on like the phone thing as like the phone aspect of it, because I don't think the issue is inherently like online itself. I don't think the internet is inherently bad. I do think the constant instant access to it at all times, everywhere that you are, is the problem. Like you can't even be like in this country, and really, I mean, really all over the world, all over the industrialized world at this point, you can't even be alone with your own thoughts in the bathroom.
No.
Because
it's scary.
everyone, that might be the place where people are the most online. If we could get it back to where like, because like you talked about the Tim Rogers thing, the thing he says in that Cyberpunk video that sticks out to me so much is like, even if you're on your phone a bunch, you choose when you're on it, the phone doesn't choose for you. And I think if we got back to like the internet is like a place, it's not just like this ethereal space on the computer screen, but it's also a physical space where, like for me, I only get on Twitter now if it's on the desktop.
Mhm.
I have to be in a certain physical space for it, and that tempers the addiction a lot more and kind of pushes me to have a healthier relationship with it. So that's why I think like it's the omnipotence of the omnipresence, I mean to say, of
Yeah.
the internet that's the problem.
Also, Zendang, now if you have to go to bed, I know that you want to stay,
Yeah.
but also your health is important.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that it takes a certain amount of self-discipline, ultimately. You have to be able to have the kind of discipline to know how you want to engage with the internet. And that can be very tricky to gauge because for like 4 years at least, if not more, I know that Twitter has been actively bad for me. It has made me feel more distressed. It has made me feel
Yes.
more isolated, more paranoid, more freaked out about all of these things. And I
Please
kept
get
on,
good sleep.
yeah, and
We
I
get Pizza Cut Cleric Beast for you.
yeah,
It will be here in the VOD.
and I kept on telling myself for years and years and years that like all I have to do is become more disciplined, just have a better control of it, go on it less, use it only for promotion, etc., etc. And inevitably, I would always just find myself scaling back into it. And I think it is because if you are looking for stimulation, which like as a country we have like almost explicitly taught ourselves that like we need to be looking for stimulation as much as humanly possible.
And easy stimulation.
Well, I mean, yeah,
all
that's the exact point that I was about to hit, is that like social media provides such easy stimulation.
Farewell, good.
It's not good stimulation, but boy, if it ain't easy stimulation.
And it's easy because it asks nothing of you. You don't have to actually input anything into it.
Yeah.
But you can certainly suffer from it. It's really odd. You have to give away yourself, but you don't have to do anything challenging. Giving away yourself is super easy to do.
I mean, it's always the bargain that I make whenever I lay down in bed, which is why I need to stop pussyfooting around and like get a goddamn lamp for my nightstand so I can just lay down in bed and go, all I can do now is read.
I have I place books everywhere in my house now.
That's not a bad
It's been
idea.
a tactic that I've been doing. If there is a table, if there's a flat surface that I am anywhere around, I've got books on it all the time. Right now at my own desk, I've got Joseph Conrad, a little old hardback from the 50s. It's got 3 of his books in them, and I've got a nice collection of Samuel Delany sci-fi novels in a little set, including the very excellent short novel Ballad of Beta 2, which is really good.
Yeah.
I try to curate stuff everywhere all over the house to make sure that like I do have access at all times to stuff that's at least like not gonna make me mad if I choose that as stimulation, and give me more options around. Make fewer parts of the house that are like, this is phone space.
And it's weird because like I'm like the thing that I'm noticing now more than ever is that like it doesn't take much to find better stimulation, but it does take discipline. I have so many other things to do on my phone. As a fun little sneak peek for a project that I've been working on, I've been spending the past like 4 or 5 months ish actively working on scripting and planning and outlining a visual novel. And like the core premise of it is that there is an apocalypse that has happened about 50 years ish, or I might be 500, I don't know, a long time ago. There was an apocalyptic event that happened, but it is an apocalypse where nothing happens. So everybody's lives are just kind of going on. The main setting is this giant superstructure whose only function is to be a giant moving platform highway to connect two different plateaus together for like easy like highway access. That has been abandoned for decades and is now just been repurposed into like low income housing. So like all of the characters are just kind of idling about in post history, while like the actual apocalypse where dream logic is starting to overtake like physical reality is just continues to steadily creep in and into the world. So I try to do a lot of my like exploratory like writing in that like sweet spot where you're kind of falling asleep. But like more often than not when I'm laying down in bed, instead of writing, I found myself scrolling Twitter because scrolling Twitter is easy.
It's infinite and easy.
Yeah. And there's always content and there's always takes and there's always like stuff to do.
And there's just enough stuff that you enjoy that like the equation in your brain somehow makes it work.
Yeah.
Stick around.
There's always like
there's going to be at least a good hit.
Yeah.
Soon.
Yeah, but like you don't even need to go that far. Justin says that like his nighttime ritual is putting on a lava lamp and watching YouTube videos. And depending on like what kind of YouTube videos you're watching, like that could be great. You know, I wouldn't recommend that you watch YouTube shorts before bed because it kind of is the same problem. But like if you have a curated list of stuff that you like watching, if you like certain video essayists or let's players or just like stuff that is like pleasant
John Boyce
and not here to just consistently agitate you, then like that's fine. I think one of the greatest failures that we've had over the past 4 years, and it has to be at least somewhat a contributing factor in this election, is that like we have been able to identify what is happening in like conservative like fascist like hate groups, which is like that they're keeping a population permanently aggrieved and permanently agitated and permanently like upset and also permanently dependent on these same sources to feed into it, with like the veneer of it being a satisfying way to release these frustrations even though they're just redosing on it. We like understand that. Yeah, like our chud earlier. But like we understand that, but also we've turned a complete blind eye to the fact that over the past few years, Twitter has just become that for everyone. All we are doing on social media these days is just finding things to constantly agitate us. It doesn't actually matter. I'm gonna call out a commenter that I had on my most recent Catherine video, and like no hard feelings. Their heart is in the right place here. And I understand where they're coming from, but I got a comment on my Catherine video that was just explaining that I shouldn't buy Coca-Cola because it's on the boycott list. But, like, respectfully, that doesn't matter. And that isn't because that I'm, you know, a Zionist or whatever. I think that what Israel is doing is an atrocity and a war crime and shouldn't happen. And it is sickening that it just continues to happen. But like I am a YouTuber with 4-digit subscriber numbers making videos about art. I don't have any power to affect what has happened, what is happening to Palestine. I wish that I had more, but like that is time and energy and stress that this person has that is not serving them. You know? They're not getting... What they have done in this exchange is the facsimile of satisfaction. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and it's not even serving their cause.
Yeah.
Because you get out of things what you put in, usually. And if the way you're supporting Palestine is by policing purchases that YouTubers make, then that's not really going to do a whole lot because that's not really organizing.
Yeah.
That's not really advocacy. That's not even... Well, and honestly, we are making the leap. that it even was about Palestine, because that was my guess. Because you asked.
Yeah,
me
I
what
actually
you were talking
don't.
about.
I
Because
actually don't know what the
they didn't
boycott list
even-
is for. I
the
assumed that it was
commenters didn't
Palestine.
list it.
Yeah.
Didn't say what it was even for. So even like the act of explaining a thing was.
All right, that's pretty good.
Was
That is the entire reason why I
Was-
was why I was cum fucking, is that I was just like, I want to use the canon.
Yeah. I So, you know, people do things, even if it's well-meaning. They'll do things that are the easiest, the path of least resistance and things that can make you feel good. You're a chud, so you talk mad shit about people in a space that you're not welcome, and take that as like a badge of honor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just did this thing. I'm a rabble rouser, and it's like, ooh, yeah. Congratulations, just like the beatniks.
Yeah.
Like, or you're.
But that person,
Marxist in a space
the chud who had infiltrated my woke space to say that I'm a guy doing girl face or whatever, like, that wasn't real satisfaction either. Like, they have also fed themselves like fake pleasure.
Yeah. Well, and I could stare at the comment that they left, and you can, like, it sort of get the John Boyce punt video in my brain of like staring at it and being like, "Who are you?"
Yeah.
Because, like, we're leaving shallow marks and dents to try to find something there, and I think, you know, the inability to be with one's self is like a big problem. You always have to have this outside stimulation, and if you end up with the wrong stimulation, you end up hating yourself, but in a way that you think is helpful to yourself, but is actually not. Oh. Ouch. That's pretty funny.
That is pretty funny. That's
That
20,000.
guy went with you too.
25,000. I'm also, also Justin's right. I'm a non-binary person doing, well, I'm not doing cat face. We'll talk about that. It's fine. These chuds won't get it. They don't fucking get it. If I tried to tell them that I identify as a cat, they're gonna think that I mean litter boxes and degeneracy. And what I mean is, like,
that's just what we do in the schools, not on
yeah,
stream.
that's just what we do in the schools. And, like, I can't actually give them the real answer, which is that I have, like, a bizarrely, like, philosophical relationship with the idea of gender and, like, the sensory and, you know, whatever. It's like a whole complicated bullshit answer that nobody's gonna care about, because they're not here to understand. They don't want to understand. They want to think that they're owning someone.
Because thinking you're owning someone is easy. And
Yeah, and it makes it feel like you don't have. Well, it's complicated because it isn't even that they think that they don't have problems. It's so weird because what they're doing is they're confirming for themselves that the problems that they perceive in the world are real because they found, like, a cat person on the internet, you know? Which is gonna suck for them because they're gonna sit here thinking that this is a real problem, and it's not gonna be a real problem until I run for local office.
Running for political office is going to be crazy because the machine is going to be searching all of the streams, and they won't have to look far.
Listen, could you imagine if I ran for local office and, like, my conservative opposition tried to smear me as, like, being a filthy commie degenerate, and they had to go through my live streams to do it, and part of that is, like, you know, they come up, like, they pull clips from this stream, and they're like, oh, look, they admitted it, you know, they're a filthy degenerate, like, commie or whatever. Then I get to go, like, yeah, but did you see me kill Garamond and Moon Presence in a single attempt? Like,
Look, all I'm saying is that if you start summoning for your constituents,
everybody liked it when Tim Walz played a Crazy Taxi. Could you fucking imagine if I ran for local office and I was like, vote for me? I'm cracked at Souls games.
all right, so we're gonna hop on We're gonna hop on Elden Ring stream right now, and I'm gonna summon to help people beat Godefroy the Grafted.
Yeah.
The
Can cats
By
run
the
for
way,
office?
yeah.
Posworth? We're gonna find out. Maybe.
Chat, here's another bit of toxic positivity. This was a prediction that I made to you, and I'll level it here as well, which is that
Oh,
JD
the weapon
Vance will
broke.
never win a presidential election. I will temper it because I don't think it's worth saying he'll never be president, because there is a 82-year-old asterisk next to that.
Yeah.
He'll never win an election, but Tim Walz will one day be president. I think a lot of people are worried that Tim Walz is done now because of
Shit.
losing. And I'd like to remind everybody that FDR was the vice presidential nominee for the Democrats in 1920, and they lost that election. And then he won a presidential election 8 years later. So
Yeah.
we will have Dreamcast room in the White House. Goonfroy.
Conservative opposition. Damn it, the commie cat is cracked. Yeah, that'll be my platform. You know, you can say that you can call me a commie however much you want. That's fine. Get in the PvP arena at Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Like, show me your stuff.
You're not doing it.
You thought about running for office, but you figured that somebody would find art of your butt. At this point in time, like, the calculus that I'm doing in my mind is like, how much will that actually matter? At this point, like, who cares at this point?
Yeah.
We elected a seditionist, like, traitor and a convicted felon. Clearly, there is no floor to this.
Mm-hmm. There's never been a floor. Crazy people have won.
Would my skill at FromSoft games be enough to sway the chuds? I think it would be enough to sway the gamers. Nobody's talked about the gamer vote.
The gamer vote. Gamer as an identity politic is.
Like it or not, these gamers will have to contend with the reality that I'm fucking cracked at Souls games.
It's really stupid. I don't know how you do it. I
Like-
kind of hate this. Like, it's.
I'm gonna run on the platform of I will get in the mech. Yeah. Vote for
Just
me.
like Richard Hawk.
Yeah.
Richard!
I'm gonna learn gun safety. I'm gonna show people that I can dismantle a rifle, that I'm cracked at Souls games, that I love Final Fantasy, and that I am an internet cat. Like, all of these things are true about me, and that is fine. Do I have any actual
Philip,
policies
good
yet?
point.
I don't know. I want a
Philip does bring up a
$25
good
minimum
point, which is
wage.
that,
Well, except that, like, here's the problem with that is that, like, you have to be smart about it. I want to get a $25 minimum wage, right?
You can't talk about it. You can't say it. I don't know. The weird thing about American politics is that, like, Americans are generally, in polling, they're fairly progressive about policy, but they're highly reactive to it. So you have to, like, pick and choose. Like, I would say, like, this is going to sound really terrible, but, like, if you want to go in there and be, like, a woke progressive, like, in most places in this country, you just can't run on any LGBT stuff. Even if you believe it, you just can't do it. However, Americans don't react negatively to those laws when they're passed for the most part. It's really bizarre. You have to understand the fucked up rhetoric of this country. Like, you kind of have to run on economics, and you have to find, like, pithy ways to get on Republicans with it. You know, because the fact that they've already workshopped and are just running with Trumpflation early, like, that's just kind of what you got to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the 420-69 rule. 4 work days a week, 20 hours a week, $69 an hour. Easy.
Yeah. There's student loans are probably the thing like that too. The polling is student loan forgiveness is a thing that people generally support, but they were highly reactive to it as a negatively reactive to it as a campaign idea. Again, I don't know what actually causes this and why it's like this, but you have to manage around that.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really fully thought out like whether or not I do want to commit to running for local office, but fuck it, I could. Why not?
Yeah.
There are no rules. Maybe they'll find out. Maybe they'll find my like private AD furry stuff, and they'll try to like nail me down as like a degenerate. Like, fucking, who cares?
Because, well, and there is, like, I still think nuance to this because, like, Kentucky, Andy Beshear, he is a super pro-LGBT governor, and he's made many speeches in news conferences talking about those issues. But as a campaigner, he's very astute at focusing on the things that will actually get votes. Because, again, voters are very silly, and they're capricious, and they're reactive. The stuff that plays well in, like,
Seems to me.
governor talks to the paper, or governor talks on TV is very different from governor election rally, governor TV ad. Because voters, again, are very... The kindest way I can put it is voters are really stupid. Also, shout out to the Republican op researcher listening to the stream right now.
Hi.
We're glad you could make it. Sadly, I have no interest in getting the Aiden Ross vote, so I'm not too concerned with it.
Yeah.
This is like in slow motion.
Yeah. Town select cat. Yeah, I don't know. Again, why the fuck not? Funny that this new game plus run is going about as fast as the first one. I'm vibing, okay?
Yeah. Well, you did a lot of cumfuckery, so...
I also did a lot of cumfuck. But that's explicitly because I wanted... explicitly because I wanted to use the cannon.
Farewell, good hag.
Oh, literacy's so bad. I was like... I'm stunned every day. Well, because our obsession with instant gratification has bled down into our cultural understanding of even education, and America's always been like the world's worst culture for education because of our hyper-individualism combined with our belief in our own exceptionalism sort of has always made it a fight for education. Even in like education's high points in American history, it's been really swimming against the tide. And our obsession with luxurious instant gratification has caused so many problems where you'll get dunderheads that can't read coming up to you, begging you, not begging, demanding that you must give them A's and due date extensions and also stop making homework that's so stupid and hard.
Did I mention this on stream? I feel like I talked about it with you, and it might have been on one of your streams or something. But I had a student come into the writing center. I don't remember there being a cutscene here. What was this cutscene?
It's just the introduction to Cathedral Ward.
Oh, right. It's the one place that you're always going to. Where's the quick and easy way to get through this?
The quick and easy way to get through this is to go back to the Hunter's Dream.
trying to speed run.
And we're gonna buy the item that lets us skip Bloodstarved Beast and not have to do Old Yarnum.
Oh hell yeah.
So go to the fountain.
Taking comfort in Missouri both saying yes to repealing the abortion ban and saying no to the giant taxpayer casino boat. Yeah, a lot of progressive ballot initiatives worked.
Yeah.
I
Unless you're
don't.
in California.
Yeah, I
because
was about to say, like,
California is
I
one of the dumbest.
I
Go to
don't
the fountain.
I don't know how to explain what happened to California,
Go to the keys section
except like the only thing that I can say
and buy that.
happened to California is that like it we have just learned that like people are like fundamentally like interested in their own shit.
People are what California showed is that people care a lot about themselves, and part of that is their ability to fantasize about violence being committed against other people that they deem worthy of violence.
Yeah.
So that's an American thing. Maybe there's some other places that do it. America's got a big problem with it. So yeah, to Cathedral Ward we go.
Sorry, I'm doing Fashion Souls.
Jay Swizzy says, honestly thought the biggest problem with education is that nobody is allowed to fail. Failure is unacceptable, so everyone just stupidly pushes forward when they should probably be held back. I think that is a big problem. Failure is considered unacceptable here, but like from the wrong end. It's not unacceptable for you to fail, so you need to, you know, find better study habits or do this. It is unacceptable. The act of giving an F is unacceptable of a teacher in the U.S.
I had a couple
Because
of
the
students
way
who were
it's always-
very angry at me for doing it in the first place. Which
The way
exit am I
it's always
going?
framed by school administrators is if you give an F, you have to reflect on what you did wrong to have to give that F. And I'm like, bullshit. Go straight forward because the Hunter Chief emblem is going to open up one of these gates, but I don't remember which one. I think it's just the one straight up the stairs. It's going to let you go straight to Vicar Amelia instead of doing Bloodstarved Beast. And like the one thing I have never been able to get across to anyone that has any sway or power in any education is like, what do you do about the fact that like some people just don't do their work and they won't do it and they refuse to do it? Closed by a device. It might be one of the other locked gates. It's the other gate? Okay. So go back into the cathedral and then go right and let you go in.
Okay.
One of the interesting things, Eric, about the votes is that there were a lot of people that just voted for Trump and then nothing down ballot, including Senate, including the House, including governors, including ballot initiatives. And then go up the stairs to the right. That dude came down. Oh. Juicing, yeah, undiagnosed ADHD at the time, along with other factors, caused a lot of Fs. It's actually really funny. I feel like there is also a part of education that is, and this is going to be unwoke to say, but there is definitely parts of education that are, I'll say a little too woke. Where, let's say you have a kid with ADHD. They list it as other health impairment. And then the scaffolds, the assistance that kid will be given to help succeed in school is things like allowed to leave the class whenever they want. Allowed extended, due dates at their discretion. Not allowed to be redirected from, like, let's say, disruptive behavior. They get to pick their own seat. They get all of this. And really, what a lot of it is in school is that when we deal with different disabilities or different struggles, oftentimes the way it works out is that we enable bad habits that don't help those students actually cope with and manage.
Am I going the right way?
No, this is towards the woods. Instead of giving them the tools and the supports to help learn and manage and deal with whatever issues they may have, we enable all of the worst habits, and they can't cope with it. So we're graduating people with ADHD that literally cannot take care of themselves because we consider it an affront to their struggle to teach them how to manage their ADHD. And I think that's a huge problem. Turn left. Like, you turn out of here, and then go up the stairs to the left.
Okay. Also, just reminding everybody that I did, in fact, ring the bell, so if you want to come in while we're vibing.
We love vibing. It's that big gate right there behind you.
Isn't this one locked by a device?
Close by the... I could have sworn you could open it from this side, though. Like, there's a device on this side that you could open it from.
I have to go around. Huh.
I mean, I had a kid fairly recently look at another kid and be like, "You're fat, bald, and gay," and we were not allowed to address this because it was a manifestation of his ADHD. And I'm like, okay, so you can just talk to people like that.
Yeah, I
Turn
don't like
around.
that.
You have to go around. Oh, wait. Okay, I know then. Yeah, back. Go back. I do know the way now. So when you go down those steps, turn right. Immediately right. Immediately right. Back. Left now. Down this way, I believe. And then this will, like, wrap back around up to the other part of the cathedral.
I see.
It's not letting Bartray in, which is weird.
That's fucked up. Why not? Passwords should
All right,
still
see you
be
later,
there.
Philip. Enjoy bowling tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
That all sounds super unhelpful. It is very unhelpful. You didn't get anything. Barely even given enough time to get your booster dose down. Your grades were too high for a 504 plan, which is all done after school in your state. It's Well, we treat students like customers. If they want it, they can have it. Oh, you want an A? Here you go. You're my favorite customer. Keep the change.
Hi, Doc.
Get up that ladder. Did you get there? And then, yeah, to the left. Here, and then you'll drop from this roof right here.
This one?
And you can, yeah. And then you'll get behind that gate and you can open it up.
Oh.
And you're now in the area to go fight Vicar Emil again. It's very much like the schools literally do follow the, what is the thing? It's like, it's not infidelity, it's an ADHD response meme, is the philosophy that the schools have towards support systems for disabilities. It's really quite something.
Mm-hmm.
I have thought about getting medication for ADHD, but it scares the shit out of me to do it. Because I was diagnosed as a kid.
Ooh, I died.
Hey, at least you got the gate open. Well,
God.
you're already dead. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
We could swindle Norg.
We could what?
Blueberry says, We could fix public education by swindling Norg.
We could.
I love Norg, Final Fantasy VIII.
God, Norg Final Fantasy VIII is so good.
You graduated high school in 2018, and Indiana has insanely difficult curriculum compared to most states. You can barely comprehend what I'm saying. Well, and I think it's also like there's a little bit of Miles. There's a little bit of behind the curtain going on as well. Like, for some people going through school in any state, you're never going to notice these issues because if it doesn't apply to you at any point, you're not even going to pick up on it. I wouldn't be surprised if Indiana does have some of the same issues, but because of your specific circumstances, it basically was a non-issue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I believe that I'm autistic, but I do believe that because of like a very specific collection of things that I know that I struggle with. But I also don't really want to take any steps to it because ultimately it just doesn't there's just no way that it's going to be a helpful endeavor in my life. Like, there is just nothing that it could afford me. And I've just gotten very good at dealing with it.
Left.
And I don't know, maybe this is a little bit too like old person to say, but like I can recognize that I shouldn't have had to feel like I just had to deal with it. Like, there should have been something more in place to have like helped improve my life, right? But it didn't happen, and I just had to fucking deal with it. And that is a mixed bag of
right,
things.
Go right.
Through here?
Straight to the gate, yeah. It is a mixed bag.
You know, one of the things that I think has ultimately been helpful for me is that, like, I feel like I've gotten pretty tough as a person. You know, shit happens, and like, we just have to fucking roll with it, you know. And again, like, I don't know, I don't want to sit here and say that, like, you know, God, I don't even know how to fucking, like, phrase this right now. And I'm like trying to fucking fight. I'm about to go frenzied. Sure am. What was I trying to
Once
say?
you kill this guy, we should open the other gate.
Yeah. Ooh.
Emog, lead us to the other gate.
Mog has done something.
Mog does not look good.
You doing okay, Mog?
Mog needs some cream or something.
What am I trying to say in all of this? I don't want to use any of this to assert
This is
that
on the way to Witches of Hemlock.
I don't
Mog, follow me.
I don't want to say that I'm not saying all of this going like, oh, it was actually based that, like, the country in a very real way like left me behind and was unsympathetic to my needs.
Back up the stairs.
Shit.
And then you'll turn right up here.
Right?
Yeah, and then left down the stairs.
Okay. Like, I'm not saying that, like, oh, like, the country was right to do this to me, right? Like, it's actually good that, that I was left behind and that I'm, you know, had to, like, become tough all on my own. I think that, like, there is a real trade-off that's happened, but I also think that we have grown very comfortable with the idea that the existence, oh dear fucking god.
Hey, at least the gate's open.
Anyway, I think that we've gotten very comfortable in saying, in being able to very accurately point out when something is wrong, right? And that's good. I like that. I think that it's important to be able to do that. But I also think that the answer cannot just be, this thing is wrong, therefore I am going to sit exactly where I am, demand that it be better, because it is morally right for it
Straight
to
up
be
the
better
stairs
for me.
for
I know.
really-
I'm just
Okay,
kind of...
okay. I didn't know if you were...
I'm amping for time to see if folks want in to kill my wife.
Because you can't bear to do it again.
It's hard, man. This is gonna be the last thing that we do in the stream.
Yeah.
Because my voice is starting to run out. And I'm still recovering from being sick. And also, I think it'd be very funny that we do New Game Plus, and the only two bosses that we kill in New Game Plus is my husband and my wife.
Is your polycule?
Yeah.
The
But the answer cannot just be that we know that something is wrong, and that we will just sit in the mud and not move a step forward until it is made right for us.
Well, and I think like the important thing here to me is that we have to understand, and I think a lot of people just are either choose not, or maybe this is path of least resistance again. I don't think it's a boomer thing to say, like, you have to, you know, toughen up. I think the toughen up phrasing is what specifically makes it boomer. I think if you rephrase it to be like, you have to learn how to manage your own life, and you have to learn how to deal with stressful situations, because you won't always have like a support system there that will take care of everything for you. School is like a super unique environment in that, like, you kind of have infinite safety nets. As long as you're in there, you don't have that everywhere else. So it is the perfect place to help people develop strategies and come up with ways that they themselves can manage their own
Do we want to two-man this, or does anybody else want in on this? Sorry. No, I think the...
I think it sets someone up
Cyan
for
of a
failure
down.
in life.
Oh my god.
Yes.
It's the final countdown. Beautiful. Alright, let's go kill my wife. But yeah, I agree. I think that, like, especially, you know, if there's any big takeaway to have in light of the horrifying new, country that we're about to enter into, is that we're not always going to have the luxury of being in a place where we can go, this needs to be made better for me because it is morally correct for it to be that way, and have it be responded with anything other than, I wish I could kill you.
Yeah. Well, and I'm like, even if Joe Biden won his write-in campaign and he was going to be president again and nothing ever happens and nothing changes, you have to learn how to cope with stressful situations and deal with things, because if you're working at Chipotle, you can't just stick your dick in the brisket burrito and cuss your manager out and expect to have a job.
Yeah.
You know, you can do that in school. They'll let you do that all day in school. But you go out into any situation where you have to advocate for yourself and take care of yourself, like, that's just not going to fly. And, you know, and I don't even think that's necessarily a capitalism thing. I think any social organization of any type is not going to accept someone sticking their dick in the brisket burrito at Chipotle because they got mad that a customer asked for a second scoop of rice, and I'm not doing that. I say that specifically because one time I had to I had a student that got fired via text from their job in the middle of class because they weren't showing up to their shifts on time. It was like they were showing up like hours late. So like I just didn't want to go in at 5. It's like, okay, all right, so you're going at 7. And I had to explain the text that fired them because they also didn't know what any of the words their boss used. Like, what does this mean? Terminate your employment. I'm like, okay, so here's what that means. It means you fucked up.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, it's weird because I do believe radically that a better world is possible. I know that people like saying that, and I do believe it. I believe that a better world is possible, but I think that the better world is not just going to be given to you.
It's hard work.
And if there's any upshot to what has happened to me in the way that I've had to like deal with my life and go through law school and go through undergrad and go through all of this shit while, you know, fundamentally not knowing how to talk to people and just having to like learn how to have conversations, even if they're fake ones, it is that like I can look at what's going to happen in this country and I can know to make plans and to take action, and they can't take that away from me.
No.
You know?
Yeah. The Cecil says, I think I understand at least a little bit. I went through something really awful last year, but I changed so radically, and I like the person I am now. So was it okay that people hurt me? I don't know. I would say that the answer is obviously no. It's not okay that anybody hurts you. But like that's sort of the point, is that like I don't know if there is any way you could ever go through life without encountering someone or something that hurts you or tries to hurt you in some capacity. And I think that's why it's important that we set people up for success by actually helping them
Yeah, I mean, I
deal
think
with the world, because that stuff's going to happen, unfortunately. And you have to be able to manage it.
I think part of it is also just that like I don't know how much I agree with the sentiment of like, was it okay that these things happened with me to me as a framework, because they did happen to you, and we have to do something about that, right? And it isn't just you have to accommodate me perfectly because I was hurt. We have all been hurt. Like, there is only so much that we can do that's just like making hot takes and posting. I'm sorry that we've collapsed. This is all about posting again. I'm sorry.
I love posting.
But like, you know, I do think that it is like a scourge, and I think that it is a huge problem.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, you look at the way you're talking about, like the types of behaviors you encounter at the college level is outrageous.
Oh, I forgot. I was going to tell the kids the story. Viewers at home the story. Which is at the writing center, I had this student come in. It was the day after the election. And the student came in and she was in tears, weeping, sobbing, and I figured that it was because of the news, right? But it wasn't. What she was upset about was that she was struggling with this homework assignment that her teacher assigned to her. And I'm like, okay, well, what's the assignment? And when I say that, like, in tears, like, I do mean it. Like, literally in tears, weeping, sobbing. And she explained that, like, she had to pick 3 topics to write a paper on and write a small paragraph about each. The total assignment shouldn't be more than 200 words tops. And I'm like, okay, well, like, do you have any ideas? And she goes, I don't even know what he wants me to do. I don't know what he wants from me. I don't know how I'm supposed to choose anything. I don't get why he's asking me to do this. I don't care about anything. I'm not interested about anything. And I'm like, okay, well, what's your major? Like, let's start there. And she goes, I don't have one. I don't really know what's going, like, I'm not interested in anything. I just don't know. And I go, okay, well, can you ask your professor for more time and say that you're having trouble finding something? And if you could please, like, maybe meet with him or something. And she goes, I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to, like, start writing an email about this. I don't know how to ask him. I don't know, like, what to say. And I'd go, like, okay, well, why don't you just write down what I told you in an email? And she, like, snaps at me and she goes, like, I can't remember and write down the thing that you just told me, okay? I can't do it. So I had to, like, write it for her. And, like, I think, I don't know, like, clearly at some point in time the school system has done something bad to this person. Like, she struck me as distinctly not ready to be in the university that she was in.
I can say what the school system did, and I will guarantee you that this is 100% accurate. What the school system did was that behavior that you encountered was not the first manifestation of that. That has been a strategy that student has been using for a long time and has been enabled.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe that I was getting. I feel like she was there because she was, and her plan of action was that she was going to be difficult to the point that I would have to do her assignment for her, because she was sitting because she was sitting exactly in the middle of the road going, I'm not moving one step further until somebody does this for me.
It has either been a parent that has done the work for them, or it has been infinite extensions demanded by administrators, or it's been teachers just straight up doing work or exempting work based off of refusal. You know, I got told recently that, like, you've got to teach the kids where they're at, and if that means giving them a Mad Lib style fill in the blank essay, you've got to do it. And I was like, oh hell no. I write enough essays. First of all, I'm not writing no essay for nobody else. I'm not putting down here.
Yeah.
These statements. Whoa, what the fuck? If I was in that situation in the writing scene, this is the type of thing I do, and I think this is where, like, maybe I don't know. This is where, like, I sort of have to toe that line between, like, compassion and understanding, and also, like, look, you got to grow up. Is if you want to cry about it and vent about it, I'll sit here and, like, you can cry it out and you can vent it out.
Oh, absolutely,
But
of course.
if you start, the second you say something sideways about me, or make a demand of me that I do some shit for you, we're done here. That's the rule that I run with. Is like, the second you get antagonistic or demanding of me for your responsibilities, then you need to find another tutor, because I'm not here
Oh yeah,
to that stuff for you.
I wrote her the email, but, like, I was not going to do her homework for her.
Yeah.
And listen, it is very likely that she struggles with anxiety, that she has, like, mental health issues that she's not properly addressing. And I'm sympathetic to that. I'm not going to sit here and, like, go, like, oh, she should just be, like, strong or whatever. But, like, I think that if you don't have a fair and realistic relationship with the problems that you have in your life, and the only answer that you can default to is, I am going to loudly proclaim that it is wrong that I am being made to do things, and the world has to bend around me in order to make it better, that is just not a healthy way forward.
Yeah. You know.
And,
well, I mean,
it might even be true that it is wrong, that what has happened to you is wrong. But, like, I don't know, like, you know, sometimes bad things happen to you, and you have to be like Tidus from at the end of Final Fantasy X and go, well, all I can do is accept it and do the right thing.
We got to do the right thing. You know, because I don't know, I was kindergarten, I was diagnosed with selective mutism and dyslexia. So, struggled to socialize, refused to socialize. I wouldn't talk to anybody. Like, selective mutism, it's not autism, There is like some confusion there with
It's
it, but
it's different,
some
yeah.
people, yeah. But basically, like I would not talk to anybody as like super early on in school. So like extreme introversion, and then like also struggling to read and like look the support that I got for that was not, you know, you speak your truth, buddy. You don't learn how to read. You don't talk to other people. That's just who you are, you know, and go be like that because it was like, I want to talk to other people. I'd want to have friends. I would want to be able to read. So I had to find strategies to go and do that. And the support systems that I thankfully had, the counselor, you know, that I had was like actually helped. It wasn't like, you know, like you have to, if you want to get over this, or if you want to manage it, or if you want the things that you want, like I can't get out there and do your talking for you. You've got to go do it yourself. And, you know, obviously it wasn't said like that. You know, obviously strategies and stuff were created and ways to do it, but every single one of those I had to put in, I had to be proactive
Yeah.
about each of those strategies. And that was difficult. It was very difficult to get through that, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad I wasn't enabled to not deal with, you know, what I was struggling with.
Yeah, and I'm very grateful that my administration, like, you know, my boss, our department, has been pretty adamant on we're not going to pass people because they're upset at us enough. Like, we're not going to do that. We can be empathetic. We can be, you know, we can give them extra time. I love doing that. I tell all of my students that I teach that, like, you know, I have strict deadlines. I have strict, you know, things on like what time, due dates and all of that stuff. But like, if they reach out to me ahead of time, and they need help for basically any reason, any excuse, I give them an extension, absolutely. But like, I'm not gonna do their work for them. I'm not gonna pass them just because they're really stressed out. You know, it doesn't do them any good. You know?
Well, and again, I mean, as like a, we always say like, how is this going to help me in the future? I mean, I'm a big fan of like, we generalize the things that we learn. And like, there are going to be a lot of times in everyone's life where you're going to have to handle your business at the same time you're stressed. And like, school is the safest place to do that because no one's going to kill you if you don't turn your essay in on time. The
Yeah.
worst that realistically happens in school, in most circumstances, is that you fail a class and have to go do some obnoxious ass credit recovery.
Yeah.
That's just the worst that happens. Like, I ain't kicking you out of your house. You know, I'm not evicting you, and I'm not firing you from your job, and that's stuff that can happen in the real world.
Yeah.
And there's like,
And I don't know. Like, it's just, I guess it's just part of how I have grown up, how have had to deal with shit is that, like, you know, I feel like I've said this anecdote before on stream, but like, when I was 19, I did a big, like, backpacking Eurail trip across the European Union. I was in Spain, and then I went to France, and then Germany, and the Netherlands, and Italy. And at the very end of the trip, I had lost both of my contacts. I had no spares. I was blind. I had to get back for the flight back home. I had to get back from Italy to Spain that day. And the only way to do it was to take an overnight train that would get me to Spain at about like 3:30 in the morning, where I'd get there, have half an hour before the plane, before we had to leave to the airport to catch the flight. And the flight there, you know, at the time, my little sisters were both a year old. So, like, they are just monsters on the airplane because they're one. like they're babies. That's just gonna be what happens. And I remember asking my mom if there was any way that we could like reschedule the flight or have me fly from Italy out to the US alone, or any kind of way to like make this easier on myself. And she's like, we can't. There's nothing we can do. This is the option. This is the only way forward. And I could sit in the middle of the road and pout and cry and weep about the injustice of it all, about how cruel it is, about how it isn't even my fault. There was a like I think the original train that I was going to go on canceled last minute. So there just was no, like, it wasn't my fault or anything unfair that it had to happen to me, but I had to do it. You know, I could not just sit there and be lost in Italy forever. I had to make the call, and I had to do the thing that sucked. And, you know, it didn't make me I don't think it necessarily made me a stronger person or taught me like a super valuable lesson or any kind of like big, profound artistic statement on it. But like, I did get that sometimes shitty, horrible things happen to you.
Yeah.
And you have to do something about it, or else like nothing will ever happen.
Nothing ever happens. But and I think on top of that, I think where that sort of generalizes out is that there's a certain point where you have to also realize the world is not me.
Yeah.
And that's something I have to like, that's probably the hardest part of, well, the real hardest part of my job is a conversation that I'll mention right after this. But, you know, like I just about ate shit last week because I'm standing around monitoring, looking to the left, looking to the right, turn over to start walking, someone crashes into me from behind, you know, because they're running through the halls acting crazy, and I nearly eat shit, catch myself, I flip out, I crash out because, you know, someone hits me from behind, and, you know, they're trying to explain to me that, well, you can't get me in trouble because it was an accident. And I was like, look, okay, so a couple of things. One, just because something is an accident doesn't mean it's free of consequence. Let's say you actually hurt me, you and your family be paying my medical bills because I ain't gonna go pay all that because you fucked my shit up.
Yeah.
And that's how the real world's gonna be. You know, we call them car accidents, like 80% of them is because a dickhead's on his phone, not paying attention to the road. And the other 20% are because Elon Musk made a car that blew up. You know, and
yeah.
The, like, it's not about you and your intentions. Did you intend to hurt somebody? No. But you looked at the environment that you were in, a crowded hallway with a lot of people in it, and you chose to run through that. You chose to run and try to swerve in and out of the general pedestrian traffic. And if you hurt somebody, you're responsible for that because you created the dangerous situation, even though you didn't intend to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
Because it's not about you. You're in this environment with everybody else. And I think learning that like, hey, it's not about me all the time. It's how this is unfair, or this is that. It's like, the world's more complicated than me getting what I want. Sometimes you got bad luck. Like, you know, I'm not to get too into the weeds, but I'm broke as hell right now. I have about $150 to my name.
Jesus.
Because after the car theft, Kia is going to pay for all of the things, but they were like, well, you got to have the receipt first and then we can file the claim. So I had to pay it all out of pocket. It'll end up like I paid nothing, but I had to still pay $5,000 up front before. Is that fair? No. It's not fair that some dick knocker stole my car, and it's not fair that Kia made a car that they found out years later explodes sometimes. And that has to happen. But you know what? Hey, that's the situation. And so I can't go cry about it.
No.
I mean, I can cry about it, but like, I can't, there's no one that's going to go be like, we'll make this go away. Like,
Yeah.
it never happened. I had to prepare for the fact that like sometimes you just have bad luck and shit like that happens.
Also, I wanna really quickly interrupt and I'll let you get back because I think you have another anecdote, or was that the anecdote specifically?
I have one more anecdote
Okay,
that I
but really
think is
quickly,
very
I
good
do
for the
kind of want to
comments.
reach out to Cecil in this one, because you say that you get hit with the entitled Zoomer once everything given to them, and it always makes you mad. I think that that's a misconception. I do not think that we're. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bopper, but I did not mean this to be like, oh, kids these days are selfish and entitled and ungrateful.
No,
Everyone
because
is selfish and entitled and ungrateful.
I
Everyone.
think that everyone. I think a lot of Americans are in general very entitled to luxury, very me. It's why the most popular cars are big ass trucks that kill pedestrians at ungodly rates and cause more dangerous car wrecks, and it's why people complain about, oh, my car payment is so expensive. You bought the Ford F-150, bro. What you talking about? You had to have a fucking $45,000 four-seat air conditioned iPad set up big YouTube ass screen car to drive around and kill people with. Oh, it's too expensive. That fucking Joe Biden. No, how about you, Greg down the street, who brought the truck that you can't afford? You knew that going in. You think the car dealer was going to stop you? Car dealer was licking their chops the second you walked in because you're a mark and you think you deserve it. The only reason it comes off like kids these days is because since the adults are like that, we create an environment where kids learn to be like that too. So there's a lot of entitlement amongst kids, but kids learn that behavior.
Very well.
Yeah.
A lot of our behaviors are learned or enabled or rewarded or taught to you in a certain way. So I don't think it's like a Zoomer thing. I think, unfortunately, Zoomers are kind of running into the trouble where, because they grew up in a system that really is structured around entitlement by adults, it sort of coalesces around them.
Yeah.
In unfortunate ways. So.
Hi, King K. Welcome to the podcast.
Here's the hardest thing I ever had to say.
Okay.
To a kid. Because this is my job. We were talking about introversion. And, kids like, I have this shy kid in class, doesn't speak much. And, I really hadn't had any like good conversation with all of them. Like, hey, you doing your work? You doing all right? Yeah, essay, doing the reading, got your notes, whatever, blah, blah, blah. One day he actually just starts like talking to me, and he's talking to me about video games, and is asking me like, have you ever played Earthbound? And, all this stuff. And then he says, I love Persona 5. You love Persona 5. And in my head, I'm like, this is a kid reaching out. So I had to like I welled deep down inside me, and I was like, dude, I love Persona 5.
Ooh.
I had to reach in and pull that one out. I was like, I love that game. That game owns. And oh man, I'm feeling it, and I'm like, and you know what? I felt lying is okay sometimes, I guess, is the moral of that story. That one, bro, sacrifice was like, Atlas, I mean, I've been here. Like, I don't know. It's so.
I don't know.
It's
I
fine,
feel like I feel like I have a generally much easier time like liking video games than you. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. No, here's what I had to. No, well, here's what I had to stop myself from. Right. It wasn't like saying I hate Persona 5, because I don't hate Persona 5.
Yeah.
It was. Don't make this a nuanced conversation. Just say you love it unequivocally.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Don't have the stream podcast about, here's what I like and dislike about Persona 5. This kid reached out to you. You go full Tim Rogers voice. That game owns.
Yeah, I guess I have the luxury of being in college, and I'm allowed to like be a little bit of a pedant, or not a pedant, but like be a little bit quippier with my statements, because I like making them feel more challenged. But they're also adults.
Like if I looked at a 15-year-old and said, dude, that game's for 15-year-olds, why would you like it?
Yeah, exactly.
Because if I'm looking at like a kid that like is kind of struggling a little bit with socializing, you know, in high school, you know, kind of sophomore, junior, that type of like area, and they're big into Persona 5, I mean, like that, to me, like that's your audience right there, and like 100%, that's the kid that's gonna love Persona 5. I ain't gonna get in there and try to be like, well, you know, I mean, after 100 hours, the pacing gets really bad. Like, no, fuck that. Like, it'd be
Yeah.
stupid to say, you know. I'll I'll do the more nuanced stuff, you know.
You're right.
Later.
Persona 5 is the game for 15-year-olds. This is kind of, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
Persona 5 goes hard if you're like 15.
yeah, and I was reminded of this because Jay Swizzle was talking about how teachers were really nice to him, and like I think one of the things that also can get lost in a lot of these is that treatment of other humans and treatment of yourself is often a two-way street, you know, because the people that often, not for everybody, but like the people that can hurt you the most are the people that are just awful to you for no reason, or just unequivocally, or they're terrible to you, and that goes like both ways. Like I am very steeled against people talking mad shit and crazy about me, because like that's like I get paid by the government to just let people verbally abuse me all day, and I just have to pretend like it doesn't affect me in any way.
Yeah.
And I'd have to like listen there, and they'd be like, if you were more nice to him, it'd be a problem. And I'm like, more nice? I told him to read chapter 8. And then he called me a slur. Like, what are you talking about? I told him to read a book. I told him to read a book, and then he said outrageous things, and then I got to get on the phone with a parent and say, like, your kid called me an F-slur, Lord. And then I got to hear the parent say, well, what's wrong with that? Are you homophobic? Why would you take that as an insult? And I'm like, okay, all right, I know where this is coming from.
Yeah,
I'm blaming. I can't talk to parents at school. I just have if I ever have to deal with it, I tell someone else in like a school administration to go deal with it, because like I found myself one time, you know, I was just like telling something, and I was like, look, listen, I know a kid runs your house. He doesn't run my classroom. And I was like, yeah, that's it. I'm losing my damn mind here. So
Yeah. I was going to say that this does kind of put undermines the point that I was going to make, which is that, like, you know, kind of the beauty of, like, interpersonal conversation or, like, talking to people in the real world is that, like, there are limiting factors on how mean somebody is to somebody online versus how mean they are in person. You know, it's not perfect, right? Obviously, it's not. Your story just kind of confirmed that. But, like, you know, the people who pop into my stream to call me a degenerate or whatever, like, I don't think they're gonna have the balls if we like ended up in like a one-on-one situation to say something like that to my face, you know?
right.
But like being really nice to someone or being interested in like the stuff that they're into or having like any kind of fun conversation, in my experience, is much easier to come around in person to person. Like, there is not the kind of limiting factor in that direction. It is very easy, at least for me, in my experience, to, like, find a shared interest and be like, oh, you like this too? Awesome. Like, isn't it great? Yeah. Like, I don't know. All this is to say, like, in real life, friendship is, like, important and meaningful and good and, you know... Maybe not with your students.
Oh, I mean, like, but like, this is where it's like I'll be sitting there like reading a book, reading Charles Dickens or something, or read Frankenstein, or read Shakespeare, or read whatever it is, whatever. Pick your high school book, The Great Gatsby, whatever, and I'll just sit there and like this experience happened to me fairly recently. Kids just sitting there just ripping page after page after page out of the book.
Buddy, Great Gatsby owns. I'm sorry.
It does, and like, but he's just ripping. There's one page
Horrible.
There's 2 pages ripped out. There's 3 pages ripped out. Just ripping and ripping and ripping, and I'm like, dude, that's my book. Don't fuck my shit up. More or less is like, you know, I don't word it like that, but that's the quickest way. I try to be all kind at first. I'm like, buddy, books
What are
aren't
you
for
doing?
ripping.
Yeah.
They're for reading.
Oh my god.
And
I can't even imagine you actually genuinely saying that.
like, I basically did. And, and he's like, "Oh man, you gotta get off my meat." That's the thing. Like say, like I basically like I can do what I want. You can't tell me. I'm like, okay, fine. I took the book and I was like, "Get the fuck out of my classroom. Like, you can go in the hall. You don't want to be here and you want to tear up my shit. Go do it out there. Like not in here, not in front of me. That's for sure." And then when we evaluated the situation later, I was told, "Did you get his side of the story?"
Yes.
Excuse me? His side of the story.
I would have just said yes. His side of the story was that he was doing property damage.
Yeah, because what are they going to say? Because no matter what trauma dump they would try to like do on me, it'd be like, "Look, I'm sorry. I don't care what's going on. I've had bad things happen to me in my life that doesn't give me permission to go into your house and start tearing your shit up. Makes me feel better." No, it doesn't. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I don't know.
Horrifying.
Like, I don't know. It's really funny how like
Hi, Volk. Second
Yeah.
you saw me walking around in the dream just talking, you knew what part of the series you're in. We have finished Bloodborne 2 hours ago.
Oh yeah, Bloodborne is so good.
Bloodborne has been over, and then I went back around to kill my husband and my wife again.
Yeah. I had a kid once eat their assignment right in front of me, and I was told that was my fault.
See, like...
They told me that if the assignment was more interesting, he wouldn't have done that. I'm like, he wouldn't have ate it. He ate a piece of paper. What are you talking about?
See, like, the part that always frustrates me with your stories is that, like, they always have... the administration is always the one that comes in where I'm just like, that pisses me off more than anything else.
That's the thing, too. It's like the adult... Look, a kid ate an assignment. A kid ripped my book apart. You know what? That doesn't shock me. A kid called me a dickhead. A kid called me a slur. You know what? Hey, kids do that. If you can't handle that, you can't go into the field.
Like, I can't imagine that the administration can't hear that shit and just be like, yeah, well, kids will be kids, and it sucks. I'm sorry.
Well, it's never even like kids are kids.
Right.
So, like, don't... Because, like, you can say, the way that, like, kids are kids would be an okay response if it was to me one-on-one. Like, look, kids are kids, don't let it get to you.
Yeah. But, like, it's
a
the
whole
fact
other
that
thing to
the
be like-
response is like, oh, well, you're the one who's in the wrong here. That's
You
always
know,
like,
if the book didn't
what the
suck,
fuck do you mean?
You know, if The Great Gatsby didn't suck, you wouldn't have ripped your shit apart. Okay.
Do you need me to
always
pen a letter to F. Scott Fitzgerald? Like...
The idea is, like, anytime a kid acts up, does anything, it's like because class was boring and stupid and too difficult and you should be at their level. And then, like, I'm giving advice, like, fill in the blank essays.
But
and,
we have no level anymore. We have no level anymore.
I had a curriculum instructor once tell me that, like, reading books is obsolete. Check this out. And he pulled up a program where you can type in a book. Like, you can type in Great Gatsby, and it'll tell you an AI summary of the book. And I'm like, first of all, dickhead, that's just Wikipedia.
Yeah, we
We invented that 20 years ago. You just killed a rainforest so that you could give me an incorrect summary of The Great Gatsby. Thanks a lot, dumbass.
Yeah, I love that.
Also, like,
I love that we've spent billions of dollars and tons of the Earth's natural resources to make bad Wikipedia.
Yeah, they said they don't need to read books for their careers. I'm like, yeah, they don't if they're going into your career, but for everybody else, they need to learn how to read. You know,
the worst part about it, listen.
The worst part is that it's the adults doing this. It's like the adults' fault. Like the adults are creating the. I guess to get back to what Cecil was saying, the adults are creating the monsters.
Yeah, Justin's out here going like an AI summary. Jesus Christ. You want to know the terrifying thing about it? I have coworkers of mine who work in the humanities department for an IT university going, oh, I only use ChatGPT to, like, give me, like, summaries of the reading that I've assigned in class so I don't have to read it myself.
The assignments I'm giving is crazy.
Uh-huh. And it's like... It's like... What the fuck are you talking about? One... These are assignments for college students. You're a professional. Every single person who has an adjunct position at this university, bare minimum, has to have a master's degree in something.
The I had a couple of kids. Couple
Most
of my art.
most of the humans, I'm sorry, I need to get this off my chest, because like most
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
reading that we
yeah.
do in English 101, most of the reading that we do is like, here are 3 separate readings that are like 3 to 4 pages max, and it's like, you can't do that. I can skim all of
Kyle
those
left behind.
in 5 minutes. I have multiple times. If you're my boss and you're listening to this, this is dramatic effect. I'm very serious about my job. But multiple times, I had done the reading on the train on my way to work that morning that I'm teaching that class. Like,
Oh yeah, you gotta
fucking
work like
skill
that.
issue. I am sorry.
Oh, I listen to audiobooks in the car because on the way to work because I need to make sure I'm caught up and refreshed on everything that I'm doing. Because like, sometimes I'm teaching a book I ain't read since college. And it's been 8 years, it's been 9 years, and I got to go back.
Yeah.
You know, and like I was talking to a couple of my art students, and they were like, "Mr. Bopper, we're so glad. Like we're never gonna like take you for English, because apparently I have a reputation around because I'm like the one person that uh doesn't write AI assignments and doesn't grade with AI and doesn't
Oh
allow
my
AI in the
fucking
classroom because like we
God.
got whole English teachers and shit that like write their assignments with AI, grade the submissions with AI, and encourage the students to use AI to write it. And I'm like, then what's the school about? Just go home. Just go home. And it's funny, these kids were cogent enough to be like, we know that what you're doing is probably better for us in the long run, but that's just too hard. So like, as long as they're gonna let us do it, we're gonna do it. And I'm like, there's your problem right there.
Yeah, I think that is the defining reason why maybe not the defining, but I cannot hear that story and not think like maybe there's a reason why the election came out the way that it is, because doing anything, reading up on anything, focusing on anything, learning about anything, thinking about any kind of like reasonable course of action is difficult, so fuck it.
Yeah.
I would have voted, but like it would require that I would have to have gotten out of my house and done something, and that's hard. For the record, I did vote, and it took like 45 minutes. Like,
Well, and like the thing is like I'm under constant duress for things like you can't ask the one thing that they've like the schools I've been at have always tried to get on my case about teaching novels by saying like it's obsolete and like it's just not relevant to the world anymore.
it's gonna
the
drive me
skills
insane.
you get from that. And like I'm steadfast on it because I'm like, look, no, 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 no. The skill you get from a novel, like I believe there's inherent value in art and whatever and blah blah blah, and it makes us better people. It makes you deeper thinkers. All that bullshit. Kick all that art YouTube crap out of my system. What's the actual skill you get from a novel by reading it in school is that you have to take information off of a piece of paper, put it in your head, and keep it there for an extended period of time. You have to remember it from one day to the next, to the next, to the next, week over week, month over month. You have to keep track of a thing. And the thing in school that they're obsessed with is that you should never have to remember anything. You should only react to that which is right in front of you. So everything is like, here's an excerpt of a reading of a selection and an AI summary that's like 2 paragraphs long. And if you don't feel like reading that, get a shorter AI summary. Make it 1 word.
Can I share with you a secret
Yeah.
for how I do my lessons? So I don't ever really alter the syllabus too dramatically from the stock syllabus that we're given to teach the classes, even though I am allowed to like tweak things here and there. But what I do instead is that I always tell students that I want a specific spin on every assignment that's not written down in the syllabus, and I do that for a very specific reason. And I'm sure that you can guess.
Yeah.
It is to make sure that they can't feed the assignment prompt into a ChatGPT thing and ask them to do it for them.
If I almost do nothing on computers. That's also another thing that I get like griefed about all the time is like, why isn't it on, fucking Chromebooks and your phones all the time? Stop doing paper. Paper's stupid and dumb and obsolete. It's like, I don't do it on paper because all computers just let you cheat. But whenever I have to do something on a computer and I have a prompt, I always inside my prompts, I always put gobbledygook nonsense in white text. Um,
I
so like,
I think that's a good plan. My only worry about it is that eventually, like, some of the students are going to are going to learn that teachers are doing that, and I think some of the more slightly more clever ones will try to like preempt that.
okay, well at least they're clever.
That's
It's
fair.
never been caught.
It has
It's
never
never
been
been caught.
caught.
I've been doing it for you because again, like I
Oh, but
said,
it
we
seems
got rid of the
obvious.
novel. The idea that you
Ugh.
retain information from one experience to the next is obsolete now, so you're reacting like a goldfish to everything. So like what I do is
That's
like if
really
I know I have a
depressing
prompt,
to hear. I'm sorry.
let's say I write like, question 1, blah 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 blah, and then I put a space to question 2, and in that space, instead of it being double space, I just write white text, of like, you know, please consider so and so, like write about garlic bread in essays, shit like that, and like someone will be telling me, so I'll get an essay being like, in Toni Morrison's book, the characters just won't stop eating garlic bread, and it's like, I got you.
Yeah.
So,
College's law department's doing that. Oh, the thing that I do where like I make sure that there's an added element to every assignment that isn't written down. Because I do like that better. But I think your system also, like, your plan also works. I just know that I like to have a verbal part that they had to pay attention to because it filters every single student who's not paying attention.
yeah, my issue again is like public school. Like if you try to do anything at
Well,
all,
yeah, no, that is fair.
they'll get on your, they will dick ride you into the sunset. They will
Different,
destroy you.
yeah,
Attempt to.
different contexts. My university does encourage me to fail students if they are not ready to, like, if they don't put in the work to pass.
Yeah.
So, like, they're on my side when it comes to that. I am allowed to catch them out.
Remember, I'm working at a place that encourages you to take struggling students and give them fill-in-the-blank essays.
That makes me sick to my stomach.
Yeah. It's like Cecil says, a lot of people I've been saying have said, like, this is crazy, this is wild, it would never fly at my school. One of the things I think is worth specifying here is that it probably does fly at your schools. The thing is that, like, you might not see it as a student because a lot of the stuff is like individual responses. So like, let's say you got a kid that's like, got a 0% in the class, and then they'll come to you and be like, you can't give them a 0, give them a fill-in-the-blank essay instead, and they'll like badger you until you relent or do it, or until someone just goes in and changes the grade behind your back. That's actually super common. Administrators oftentimes, after like report cards have been filed, they will just go in and change grades. If that never affected you, you wouldn't have seen it. So it's like super specific, and you've definitely never heard the behind-the-scenes
Yeah,
conversations.
I was about
happening
to say,
from
like,
illiterate education majors.
I don't think that this would be a public policy that they have in access of students.
No one would ever say this publicly because even in our entitled luxury society, it would sound nuts.
Yeah.
Why am I sending my kid to school? Because just because you're unaware of the ways you're enabling a bad habit doesn't mean that you want it said out loud.
Yeah. But I also, again, do recognize that, like, because I'm in, I guess it is a public university, but it's not like a community college, we are in fact able to be more discerning about these things, partially because the university wants a whole bunch of students to sign up for like the first semester and then drop out so that they can collect their tuition money. But like, yeah, in a high school setting, like I understand why you do what you do.
Yeah.
It still is deeply frustrating to hear that like students treat you like that.
Oh no, it's hilarious because like if I have to remove someone because like they charge up on me and try to fight me, and I'll be told, they have a right to an education and something like, okay, right to an education is not a right to demonetize my classroom and try to fight me.
Yeah.
Because like it's funny, it's even like I had a kid that like hit another kid repeatedly in the face with the spine of the book, And like I removed them from the entire room, and they were brought back to me by an administrator, and they said you didn't hear their side of the story. I mean, because that's a common thing. That's the same punchline, quote unquote, from earlier. And I was like, no, you know what? This was amazing because I was like, no, what is the side of their story? Because I watched them beat this kid up with a book in the face, and they said, little Timmy over here told me that you were looking for volunteers to read. And he was so enthusiastic about reading that he just rose his hand so fast and accidentally hit someone.
Sure.
And I was like, and you believed that? And they were like, little Timmy would never lie. He speaks his truth. Oh boy. Here we go. And then he came back in the room and then he hit the kid again.
Wow. Could you crazy fucking imagine?
Wow.
Hey. Cecil asks, is the Department of Education funded poorly? Yes.
So, I have different thoughts on that. I don't think the Department of Education is necessarily funded poorly per se. Not when you look at the ratio of student spending. You have to kind of break down its budget in a lot of ways. Most
I guess
spending in America.
I guess its spending is poorly managed, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Sorry. Continue.
The spending in education is poorly managed across the board because I think, I hate to sound like a conservative, but like we gotta get some of these people out of here because we have too many illiterate people running education that like fall for all the scams. So like if you look at the school budget, like if you go to any public school district and you look at like what they're spending their money on, a lot of people will say like kind of, I'd say the normie shit answers that people give is like they spend too much on sports, or they spend too much on, you know, this, but they actually spend way too much on. Because like school districts every year will spend millions and millions of dollars on like fad tech, fad education programs. I'm watching 11th graders, you know, doing first grade subtraction problems on computers because there was a new $5 million ACT program that's sweeping the nation where they're going around and scamming every district. Education is one of the most grifted fields because of this, because you can just go lie about some data, show it to some people that don't read books because it's outdated, and then they'll hand you a check for $20 million. And because it's completely ineffectual, the next year they have to turn around and spend 10 million more on some bullshit that doesn't work. So that's really like there's a ton of wasted spending in education because you got a lot of dum-dums that fall for fad shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I think also like schools are way too tech happy. They love the Chromebooks. They think that everyone's a tech native. They think because you got babysat on an iPad, and because of that, you know, you have a socialization issue. But that means you're a computer genius, so they sit you in front of another screen all day, and then they don't buy books.
I feel like...
And then you just stare at AI slop all day.
I feel like you could look at every single member of my family and understand, like, exactly what being tech literacy in a nutshell, because, like, we are all of us, like, distinctly talented at very specific parts of technology, and complete fucking idiots about, like, the stuff that we're not really good at.
Yeah.
Like, it is insane. In a lot of ways, like, my stepdad knows, like, general computer technology just way better than me. I know a lot about, like, you know, editing and, like, social media stuff better than I think anybody else in the family. My little sisters can navigate Pinterest like nobody's business. Like, you know, to try to say that, like, we're tech natives or that like, literacy is a uniform, understandable thing is hubris in the highest regard, I would say.
To keep it on the reading thing, it would be like sticking somebody in a library and being like, they're literate native. They can read because there's books around them. Not even factoring in the fact that the most likely application of a book, if you have no idea how to read, is that you're going to eat it, which is what's happening with Chromebooks and like shit like that and iPads. That just because you learn how to click around on a screen, like one of the biggest challenges that I have to deal with is like the inability to use a file organizer on like a computer. They don't have computer labs anymore.
No.
At least where I'm at. They got rid of them. Sold them off.
We have computer labs at our university, but they're very, very different, and that's just because I teach at an IT university.
Yeah.
They're for like particular field, like majors.
The voucher system got voted down in Kentucky. Every county voted against it. They don't do it here. Thank God.
Cecil asks, how does anyone counter that kind of despair? Well, I actually have a story, if you don't mind me.
Yes.
So I have this really rowdy student this semester. He talks a lot in class. He's very disruptive. Whenever I try to like get him to calm down, he's always very confrontational with me. You know how like young white guys in college are, where they feel like they're kind of on top of the world.
Yeah.
Usually these students are the ones that always just sort of eat shit by the end of the semester because they slack off on their work. And they hope that having kind of a fun, combative, playful rapport will like get them brownie points.
Yeah.
He is one of the best writers in that class. He does not use AI. He clearly like cares about literacy. And when we talked about his topic, because he wanted to write about music or AI and music. And I'm like, I hate these readings because a lot of the reading is just very congratulatory about the idea that AI will replace like the like music creators. He's like, oh, I want to write my paper like proving how all these ideas are stupid, like that they're just wrong about this. And I'm like, so I started talking to him about AI stuff, and he's like, you know, honestly, when I first got to the school, most of my other classes made me feel like I should probably just use AI because, like, I don't get what they're trying to tell me, and it all just seems like bullshit. But, like, I don't want to use AI in your class because, like, you keep it real. Like, it feels like it's worth listening to your lectures and that you care about this stuff, and it just kind of makes me feel like I want to give this a real effort. And it took me grading his papers to realize that he was being serious about it.
Yeah.
And he writes really well. And, like, I'm kind of genuinely, like, really proud of him, and I hope that, you know, he carries this through. And, you know, I think that's how we fight the despair. It's really easy to take a step back and look at the big picture, because the big picture is full of bad news. But, like, we are not big pictures. You know?
Right.
I think for every one of your students that, like, for every problem child that you have, you probably also have a student who is genuinely trying to, like, do well.
The ratio, I actually counted it out recently, because public school creates this weird thing. The ratio, you get, like, 3 large-scale categories of kids. You get shit heels.
Mm-hmm.
You get kids that really do want to learn, whatever their motivation is, and are not disruptive. And then you have a wide middle class of like kids that float between these, that are, we'll call them the student analog of the 20,000 dumbest Pennsylvanians.
God, yeah.
And they float and shift and move like water with whatever the culture of the room is.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is that because schools now are so obsessed with appeasing the knuckle draggers, and every single person that goes through the school that's like actively trying to be destructive, that large group moves towards either total apathy or they themselves adopt the bad habits that they see rewarded constantly. I've seen kids. I saw a high schooler beat the shit out of a middle schooler once at a school and then come out the administrator's office with Funyuns and a Coke, even though it was on the boycott list. And I was like, well, why did that happen? Well, because, you know, we were told once that, like, we have to do a celebration for all the bad kids, because if they feel like they belong here, they'll be better. And I'm like, no, no, no. They'll feel like they run the place.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
The inmates run the asylum. I don't know what else to tell you in this. So, like, I hate to get back on like the negativity on it. In the public schools, the ratio is definitely a little more extreme. If the culture is allowed to like shift towards, I hate to use a boomer word, but towards coddling, you know, extremely disruptive people. The solution, honestly, is the systemic solution, unfortunately, is to try to get smart people to go into education.
Yeah.
And because someone asked earlier, they don't know how we do it. I'm done doing it. This is my last year. Like, no matter what.
Damn. Yeah.
I don't care if it means I've got to move in with my dad. I can't do it again. I'll go back to college. I'll go get me a real job that doesn't, you know, get me called slurs every day. And then being told how it's my fault.
Yeah, you get enough of that on YouTube.
Yeah.
Except
Because
Mr.
honestly-
YouTube usually will just be like, hey, a lot of people called you slurs today. That's good for your metrics.
Hey, they know what's up. Stellar Blade video did pretty well. But, you know, like, I can't... You got to get... It's a field that's pushing... I don't want... I hate to say that, like, I'm the smartest person that I'm around all day. I will say, I'm the smartest person that I'm around all day. And I'm the one person being actively, like, pushed out. Because it is it's set up to reward being a dipshit. Because being a dipshit is a path of very little resistance when you're in school. It's a path of very high resistance when you're outside of school, but it's very low inside the school. So when I've got like middle school teachers, you know, at district-wide conferences complaining that the 8th grade reading is too difficult even for them, I'm like, holy flippin' dog shit. Jesus fucking Christ. You have a master's degree. Did they give you a master's degree just to go away? Like, how did we get here?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know. And like, I don't know. Again, I get to have the benefit of like being very lucky here. I know that I'm not like the smartest person working at my university. I'm not even the smartest trans person working at my university. That's what woke liberal New Jersey gets you.
Did you know everyone's trans in New Jersey? It's required by law, chat.
It is required by law. I have to eat 3 square meals at Burger King a day.
You're required to get pronouns and gay married in New Jersey.
Yeah. But like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the more that the people up top take the path of least resistance, the worse it's going to be. Which is like, I think, again, I feel like we're just like hammering down in on like trying to support Cecil and all of this. But like, I think that, you know, that's what pisses me off personally a lot about the whole like entitled selfish Zoomer thing, even though I'm not a Zoomer, I'm a millennial. But I'm like a very, very late millennial. So I don't know, there's some kinship there. Because like what is happening is that you know, millennials, Gen X, boomers have like created the monster, as you said, Bopper, and are just blaming you for it.
Yeah. Well,
like they have generated this behavior and encouraged it and have used whatever justification that they want for it, which is the other big rant that I have about the election, which is that like we have justified luxury and selfishness and bad habits as a bipartisan effort. People on the right will say that it's based in rad and that they're owed these things because they're struggling, sad white men. And people on the left will say that it's actually like woke and progressive and based in good that we do these things because
a small bean.
Everyone's a small bean, and you know, neurodivergent people need to eat chips 3 times a day if that's what is in their hearts, and you know.
Hey,
you're
you know
doing
what?
an
It will,
ableism.
Before long, it will be in their hearts. Before
Yeah.
long, it will be in there.
Yeah, And like you're doing an ableism if you try to teach anybody anything that they're uncomfortable with, and you know you're doing harm to students if one way or the other. And all it boils down to is that we are all just justifying selfishness and laziness and luxury and indolence.
Oh, you want to talk something crazy? Like, I got mad at a kid once because they're like, "Did you pack your own lunch?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Did your wife make it?" And I was like, "No, I made it myself." And they called me gay, and I was like, what? I got mad, and then when it got reassessed later, I was told, "Look, you have to be more encouraging of this, of that." Why? And they're like, "Because he's just he's enthusiastic about growing up and starting his own family, and that's something we got to be a part of." And I'm like,
How
What?
does that have anything to
What?
do with what he said to me and to you,
What?
though?
Is it because he said he's going to make his wife do all the cooking and cleaning? One day I'm going to have a wife. Oh, that's aspirational. Buddy, one day you're going to have an ex-wife. Like,
Yeah. Let me know when your
Holy
wife starts
shit.
asking for tennis classes. Let me know how that goes. Also,
Oh, the-
Cecil, please don't feel bad about it. Like, we're not making it about like you as like a person. We're just, you gave a really good talking point, so we're just kind of like revisiting that particular well.
oh, if people want to know why I'm leaving, it's because the Hazelbaugh electrochemistry is like speaking things in my head. He had looked at me and they're like, "Mr. Bopper, are you a virgin?" Just in the middle of class. And like, I heard Harry Dubois' stats come down in my head and tell me what to say in response, and I was like, no, no, no. And I knew like the second I was
Volition
having
came
the-
in.
Well, Volition came in and said, "Say this. I don't know. Ask your mom." I didn't say it, but my brain told me to.
See, again, this is why I think that we should be allowed to be more mean to high school students, because like I am allowed to say something like that to my college students. Maybe I'm not actually allowed to say that, but
Here's the
like
funny
I
thing, though.
would.
Here's the funny thing, though. On the few points where I have crashed out and I have been unprofessional, those are the times I don't get in trouble.
Well, because
the
they
environment rewards it.
yeah, well,
so
because they
much,
haven't
so
gotten your side
cynically.
of this.
Yeah. Did you get my side of the story? The Miles asked an interesting question, which is, was all this done in reaction to conservative parents demanding more notice of their children's education, or is it something else entirely, not looking to blame? I think a lot of this, honestly, is because we view, socially, we view education as a consumer service to help your kid get a job.
Yeah.
And so I can't fail a kid because it's what's it going to do to their job prospects? You can't fail my son. You're going to ruin his future. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. Where the concern is like more about, we got to get that piece of paper, the GPA. We got to get all of that in line, not through any effort, but making sure that the teacher, who is the salesperson,
Good night, Cecil.
does
Have a
right
good
by
night.
their consumer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good night, Cecil. See you.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
know, at the end of the day, like, we have just drank deep from the capitalism well to a point where, like, it will just choke the life out of these things.
Yes.
And I don't have a good answer to that. I like comprehensively don't have a good answer to that, because I don't think that revolution will do it, because mostly just because I think that a lot of people online like to say the word revolution, and then and I've done this before. Maybe this is mean of me, but like whenever I walk in, run into somebody who's like, "What we need is a revolution, and we need to like uproot this country, and we need to like, you know, tear it all down, etc., etc." My immediate follow-up question is like, "Cool, are you gonna buy a gun?"
Oh, hell no.
And they all just eventually go like, "Well, I don't really believe in violence like myself personally." And I'm like, "Okay, so
I
you're
want other people to die.
yeah." I'm like, "Okay, so you're asking for other people to die for you," is what I'm hearing.
I think the answer ends up coming not through revolution, but there's a saying in football that, you know, momentum is a pendulum. It swings back and forth, and eventually it'll come back to us. Education got prioritized so extreme in this country for a while, and we reaped a ton of benefits of it. We reaped a ton of benefits
Mhm.
that really made us into a luxurious society, the economic envy of the world. We weren't destroyed by World War II, and then we were able to pour all sorts of resources into education. We are going to pay a price for the way education is set up now.
Mhm.
We're not going to collapse. People aren't going to die by the boatloads. But we're going to drift. We're going to drift off course, and the pendulum is going to swing back.
Yeah.
And we have to deal with this problem. We have to deal with the fact that we have a competency gap in the country. People are graduating into jobs they don't know how to do their jobs.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, like, God, if that ain't the fucking truth. You know, I every now and then in my darkest moments, I feel like I've really wasted an opportunity by not sitting for the bar after graduating law school. But that's like $3,000 of bar prep courses. That's money that I just don't have, and that's, you know, to spend 16 hours and $500 to take another test. But I assure you I could do it, and I know that because Rudy Giuliani was for a time like a bar associated like lawyer.
Oh, Rudy.
Right?
Yeah.
You cannot sit here and tell me that we have a competency like vacuum in this country when you realize that like people can just buy their way into whatever. And failing that, like, now we have slid back so far that like people will just kind of pass people along because it's easier.
Yeah. Path of least resistance. Miles. Oh, that's interesting. You see it as a sale. You were viewing it as the schools were doing their best to not upset the kids' feelings, thus being liberal leaning or trying not to upset the parents. I think the reason it manifests the way that it does is because people that go into education are generally more liberal leaning. You get conservative teachers and conservative administrators, of course. I think in general, it's a more liberal profession. I think that's why the customer service aspect comes off as more woke HR than it does like conservative coded language. But ultimately, I think it is still like it's customer relations is the way it's viewed. It's just that we do it locally.
Yeah, again, I feel like that is a real issue that I think we need to figure out how to get past, is that like rhetoric is becoming more and more important, and we are falling into the same habits as like the right, but we're just trying to dress it up in more progressive language. It's actually okay for us to like lean into like empty consumerism because fill in the blank, right? You know, and I wish that I could address this problem with a more concrete solution, but like the only one that I can think of is that like sometimes we might just have to go like, you know, we need to prioritize what to actually commit our energy to, right? Tone policing people about dumb shit, telling people about like boycotts that are Tumblr popular and nothing else. Like, I don't think that that's useful. I don't think that that's good. I think that that makes you feel like a better person so that you don't really think about the fact that you might not be getting Coca-Cola. You might have gotten yourself a Shasta or whatever, or an RC Cola. I think Shasta's Dr. Pepper, but it doesn't matter. But, you know, at the end of the day, you are still sitting around drinking soda, posting online, and not doing things. You know? I kind of want to pull at this thread of, like, seeing if I can get involved in local politics, because I want to see if I can actually materially do something to try to make this country better.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to accomplish that on Twitter or on Blue Sky or on Tumblr or on YouTube or, you know, even in my own Discord. And that's also okay. I had a post about it where it's like, you know, we are trying, and I think it is ultimately in the name of convenience. Like, we are trying to make everything as easygoing and frictionless as possible. And that's why all of our like hangout safe spaces online are also activist spaces, and all our favorite YouTubers are also the vanguard of the revolution. And that's why ContraPoints can't just make YouTube videos. She has to be the mouthpiece for all trans like culture on the internet, until that job was unceremoniously passed along to PhilosophyTube, and unceremoniously passed along to Jesse Gender, and on and on and on. Because it is just the place where everybody is, and they demand that like whatever they're doing should give them all satisfaction in all fields. But like, I don't want my Discord to be a political revolutionary tool. I want it to be a place for people to hang out and talk to me about Final Fantasy. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
Because we solve nothing by making a facsimile of political activism out of our internet lives. Gay? Uh-oh.
You goddamn right, buddy.
Wait,
Hey.
no, I'm suddenly very sensitive. I don't want to be called gay.
Ooh.
Perish the thought. So
Look.
true, J-Bud.
I was built in a factory for this, right? Like, this is just every day. I'm surprised. It took me 4.5 hours to be called gay. Holy shit, this is the best day of our
God
life.
damn. Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
I'm
it is
called-
almost 5 hours now. We should probably call it eventually. My voice is shot. I don't know if
Oh.
you've noticed. Like,
Yeah.
my voice is fried entirely the fuck out of my body.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna be stuck after hours because I'm gonna have to call J-Bud's mom.
Oh, yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
Not to spoil it for everybody else, but I know what direct political action Bopper has been taking in the real world, and that is he is in the process of becoming a licensed tennis coach.
Destroyed in the marketplace of ideas. I am the Rizzler. It's true. They hear the.
Oh, you meant
No,
oh
like-
yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Okay.
Listen, we gotta
Look,
we gotta
had a
make
shot
sure.
earlier.
Yeah,
We
we
gotta make
actually
sure.
literally did have a chat earlier. I was actually thinking about this, and I realized that I think we missed his message for a while. So I kind of want to believe that he just like logged off before he recognized that we eventually did get to him. Like get to his message. So I kind of worry that we just denied that chud entirely the satisfaction of coming in and trying to like call me a freak or whatever. Like fucking whatever.
So
Bopper Guevara.
now, I guess the question for clarity now here is like, was J-Bud trying to antagonize?
Nah.
And then we got that, or was J-Bud cool from the beginning? Because I don't know. If you're cool, J-Bud, then we cool. We're
Yeah.
playing along. I just want to.
I
do
mean,
that. I don't like
look.
hopping on
Also,
people
like,
for
I
no
don't know if
reason.
you're into gay streams, like, you've come to the right place.
Yes, like
This is
I
what
guess
we're
I
here
could use-
for.
yeah. I really hope. What if the chud is just still here?
Oh man, I
Trying
hope
to
so.
type in
I mean,
chat.
can't because I did mute them from the channel.
But that's what I'm saying. Like they can still
Um.
watch. Like the block on YouTube. Here's how the. Okay. Thank you, J-Bud. We're all gay here.
That's
And-
good. We're all gay here, comrades.
and- Here's the thing. Here's how blocking on YouTube works, just so everybody knows, because this is so fun. Blocking doesn't stop someone from being able to watch your videos.
Mhm.
It doesn't stop them from being able to comment.
Yeah, you can
Or to post on
consume
stream.
still, please.
What it stops is their comments cannot be viewed by anyone but themselves. So he
That's
could
weirdly
still be
wicked.
here.
That's kind of terrible.
He could still be here typing crazy shit in chat and no one but him can see it and he thinks he's owning us. YouTube
Yeah.
has the funniest block system on the internet.
It's very funny. Also, J-Bud, and also I guess to the actual real chud who can no longer respond to us in any meaningful way.
No,
I'm
wait,
sorry.
No, we gotta. No, hold on. We gotta play kayfabe. We're getting owned right now.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Owned.
I'm very
Don't put in
mad.
the. Please do not put in the comment section chat that I got mad.
Yeah,
They're owning us.
I'm very mad. You've shooken me to my core because you told me that I will never be a woman, which is definitely a thing that I care about. I have my pronouns literally on my channel, so like every time somebody's like, "Oh, you're not a woman," I'm like, I know. Like, we all know. Anyway, while yes, you've owned me. Fantastic. Congratulations. Unfortunately for all of you, I beat Bloodborne like 3 hours ago. Like,
I owned Bloodborne.
I beat Bloodborne so bad that we went back around and killed my husband and wife again for fun. Like, this is my alt account. The Chud one is my main one. Damn, the truth comes out, folk.
I want to say this. One last thing to say.
Yeah, and then we
Anyways,
should probably
get out of
get out of here.
But I did want to say this because some guy said, I thought Bopper was straight when it was convenient for me. That is still true, right? And Miles said the universe might be telling you to go poly, get yourself a goth BF, perhaps. Did I share the one Stellar Blade comment on a stream here on this channel?
Did you?
Do you know the one I'm talking about?
I will know within moments of you saying it, so please speak your truth.
I did get this comment on my Stellar Blade video chat, so please.
Well,
I definitely not read the whole thing. Let's read it together,
please.
And this comment was edited.
Oh,
I'm glad that YouTube notes that. So this was the second draft. From user Thrax, says, in response to my Stellar Blade video. Think it was Speedy's? Okay, I definitely did somewhere. We live in a world in which most people aren't interested in a game for what it offers, but for what controversy it's linked to. No, bro. The idea of men and women not being able to be just friends is referring to the fact that a single, straight, and sexually active man, please note this does not refer to user Thrax. That was my addition. Cannot be just friends with a single, straight, and sexually active woman, unless they're both unattracted to each other, which is highly unlikely, since one of them will always be attracted to the other. And even though you'd need a shitload of common interests to keep that relationship in friendship domain, that's the idea. Not that men in general can't be friends with women in general. Straight men do not approach straight women with the intent of being just friends. The same goes for women approaching men. Here's what ties the thing together, though. But, from what I gather, you're not straight, and your GF is probably bi too. So your platonic experience with women is not valid.
How does it make you feel, Bopper?
Chad, I would like to announce that I love having non-valid experiences with women.
Yeah, it sounds great because it seems to have gotten you a goth girlfriend. So I don't fucking know what the problem is.
According to this guy's logic, though, the reason why I was able to get a goth girlfriend was because we don't have a shitload of common interests, so we have no choice but to date each other.
That definitely sounds like a real way that like humans get involved with each other and not at all insane.
Yeah, that's like
Javed's asking what is Chud. I'll put it simply. A Chud is somebody who comes into my stream to like try to like yell like transphobic shit at me, like, "Oh, you're not a real woman" or whatever, to just try to like upset me or like ruin my day. They're just kind of shitheads who aren't really interesting.
A Chud is someone who defines their self with an online presence around conservative culture warring. I would say.
Yeah.
Women are not my friends because I'm too hot and straight for such a thing to be possible.
Yeah.
Hey, look, according to this comment, Lord Pent, this guy's also way too single for women to not be attracted to him.
Yeah. I don't understand how he tries to make like an insulting comment that also can't help but like concede that you have like insane riz. Like, why would you, like, this is why we need to open the schools. Like, they can't even fucking insult you properly.
Look, I'm this type of person. My car has an I Break for Goth Girls bumper sticker on it. I bought it the same day I bought Stellar Blade. I have a button on my sports ball, really nice windbreaker, that just says, I love women. I bought that the same day I bought the I Break for Goth Girls bumper sticker, which was on the same day I bought the Stellar Blade.
God.
I have no shame, I guess, in a certain sense. But also, like, I genuinely do love... I love the comment so much because it says, look, I can't help but have sex with so many women. Unlike you, because you have too much riz.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
I don't know. It's just... It's kind of beautiful. Because, like, we both get a lot of weird, like, failed masculinity comments.
Yeah. I got so many.
Which I still find very weird. I got a lot of them in my, what was it? Definitely in my Rebirth video and in my Dawn Trail video. I got a lot of people trying to be like, oh, you sound like a virgin, you sound like a cuck, or whatever. And firstly, like, I am a virgin, but that's just because I'm ace. I have a lot of hangups about, like, bodies and stuff. I don't know. I'm working that out. But, like, I don't really give a shit about that. Like, it's just not a very important part of my life. And I don't know. There is something special about the way that they talk to you about it. And I think that it is because you are, like, you know, a guy. And I hate to say it because, again, it does just make it sound like I'm trying to, like, say that there is a kind of, like, weird cultural, like, not racism, but, like, discrimination against, like, Southern Americans. But, like, you have, like, a Southern accent, and I think that it makes a lot of people think that, like, you should be one of them. Because there's a general conception that, like, people on the right are all, like, Southerners. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know, I guess a lot of the comments that you get must come from, or might come from, just, like, the idea that you are a traitor to their order.
Yeah, like, I shouldn't be...
Like, like it or not, I sound like a New York homosexual. Like...
I wish I were like a New York homosexual, because that is the one thing, right? Is that, like, you start... It's not super noticeable from where I live, but, like, you know, people... I've gotten hate comments about the accent, you know, from time to time, ever since I've been on YouTube. Also, Eric is correct. You mean the day your goth girlfriend bought Stellar Blade.
Yeah, that is also correct. I did want to point that out. You actually weren't allowed to buy Stellar Blade. I have my ID on. I am a traitor because here's what I am. Conservative coded, white, I guess that's conservative coded, but I'm just going to list as many adjectives as I can. Conservative coded, white dude that passes as straight when it's convenient for some guy on Twitter. Yeah.
But I'm not an incel.
No, you're not.
And I'm woke.
Yeah, so, like, I think a lot of the hate comments you get is just because, like, people feel like you have betrayed their, like, their order, you know? And I think it's also why a lot of comments that I get are about, like, me being a virgin or a cuck or, like, not a real woman or whatever, because, you know, I sound like an internet gay boy. There kind of just is no two ways about it. Which...
You're a virgin and I get laid too much. That's the two hate comments.
Yeah, isn't that fucking fun?
Oh, it's great. I'm not valid. Sorry. I I hate to say it to the chuds. I hate to say it to the gooners. And to... Here's the weirdest part, right? They demand. It's like they demand. They want it so bad. Like, God, we gotta have fat tits in our video games. What am I gonna do without fat tits in my video game? And it's like... Buddy, look. Then they turn around and they're like, sex is not a normal part of life.
Oh God, have you ever heard any like fucking deep-seated like conservative right-wing weirdo talk about sex in any way, shape, or form? They talk about
it's so funny.
sex in like the way that like I imagine. I don't know. Like fucking Isaac Asimov would invent like a robot to try to explain what sex sounds
Yeah.
like.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about, like, the Rouge V shit where it's, like...
Yeah,
talking
sex
about,
is
like,
an exchange of power where like a pod of flesh is
Fleshy
inserted
rod.
into. Yeah,
I
and it's
popped
just
a hard rod and
it's
inserted
like-
it into
it's
the
like-
Prano.
you cannot even begin to come off as like as half as virginal as somebody like Rouge V does. Like, I have not had sex, but I somehow am less of a virgin than Rouge V. I don't know how that works, but, like, the way he talks about sex makes it sound like it's a fucking failed comedy skit from 40-Year-Old Virgin. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Now, I hate to admit it, but I have had sex, but I'm more of a virgin than Rouge V because I listen to prog metal.
That is...
So, yeah. It's rough out there. The, I remember hearing that for the first time, that Rouge V, like, excerpt in an H. Bomber Guy video, and I was like, damn, dude.
Does
No
this-
wonder your life sucks.
Yeah, it's like, have you never... It's not even, have you never had sex? It's like, have you never, like, seen, like, porn? Have you never, like, thought about sex? Like, what... How do you write like this? Like...
Two. One, resentful of having never had sex. Two, the more likely answer, had sex one time and was very resentful about it. That reads like so... Like, I'm mad at a girlfriend I had freshman year of college.
Well, everything that
Who
I've
broke up with
ever...
me.
Everything that I know of Rushi's book, it seems to be premised entirely about, like, I was into a girl who was not into me in that way, so I tried my hardest to ruin her life, because it made me feel good. And you can, too! Like...
Wow. God.
Welcome to my sex advice book.
Oh, Rouge V. Oh, straight man. How do they do it? I'm a traitor to my class. I'm just like FDR for real. You know, I hate it. I hate it so much. Why do they think I'm on their side? I guess they don't think it.
No, they don't.
They know I'm.
Yeah, they
they're
think
mad
they
about it.
find you to be a traitor.
Wow.
You know, they're
Is that
upset at they're upset at me because honestly, like, my monster fucker ace virginity thing actually just makes me a poetic part of the FromSoft like oeuvre, and that's why I'm good at these games. Like, I might just be Sister Frida, is what I'm trying to say here.
Maybe the disconnect is also probably that, like, I hold down a job and I'm an adult, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of my chud comments are like 17. So,
Yeah, I think that might also be it.
I can't be their hero.
No. But, I mean, you could be, is the thing. Like, if they
Could be.
actually,
I
like,
should be.
allowed themselves to recognize that, like, you're a pretty cool guy, and I think that, like, men in this country would probably have their lives improved if they, like, listened to you more. And that's not to try to put you on the spot here and be like, you have to be, like, a voice for men or whatever. I think if you just continue to do what you do as you are, like, people could listen to that and like realize that they're just stuck in miserable bullshit death cult shit, and that like the real world is actually kind of fun and good, and you can find good things in it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so weird. I still can't stop thinking about that comment, though, being like,
And maybe they
Dude.
should be a little bisexual. I'm sorry. They're okay, I've said
maybe,
it.
maybe. But also, dude, you have a bi goth girlfriend? How are you such a loser? Okay.
Which,
Speak
like,
your truth, buddy.
which,
Speak
like,
your truth.
is that what you want? Any men listening at this point in time? I know that my viewership has dropped. We're almost done. It's almost time for us to go to bed. But like, if any men are fucking like sitting here listening and going like, "Oh, fucking these two woke cucks or whatever," like, is that what you want your life to be? Do you want to sit around and like feel like you're owning the libs because you can say slurs at people on Twitter or whatever? When you could be going out and getting yourself a goth GF? Like, say what you will
You could
about
go outside.
like say what you will about my man Bopper, but like he has a girlfriend. That's one more girlfriend than I think a lot of you have. Like, maybe just maybe one of our like combating ideologies gets people laid and lets them enjoy playing video games and shit.
Yes.
Like, and the other one is about posting on the everything website.
I love posting on the other everything website. You know, like it's not that hard to have good relationships with human beings in general, of any type, of any kind, and they refuse to have any.
Yeah.
This isn't even about like sex and romance. This is just find something positive to do with other fucking people.
Yeah.
It's out there. It's easy. People like to put themselves out there. Go to a board game club. Like, holy shit. I've been to board game club many times with Biff Whittle in real life. And we had a blast.
Yeah. Fucking go for it.
Biff Whittle's the goat.
I actually took a brave step like a couple days ago, and I reached out to some of my furry friends that I've been like online friends with for years, and I was like, hey, life is short, the world is going crazy. We should like meet up IRL and like hang out and like go on a hike or like go to the aquarium or like, you know, spend like in-person time with each other. And like we're making arrangements to do it. I don't know if it's over my upcoming winter break or what, but like, you know, we're gonna make it happen. I'm gonna take a ferry to like meet them. It'll
That's
be like
fun.
the second ferry that I've ever been on, the third ferry that I've ever been on. Have you ever been on a ferry, dear troll that we have blocked and can't respond to us anymore? If you're still
I've been on a-
watching, you know, have you been on a ferry ride before? That shit's wild.
I've been on a ferry ride that was being driven by a maximum security prisoner in a ball and chain with a police officer with a shotgun over top of it.
Damn,
Kentucky.
that's fucked up.
Kentucky.
You know, the ferry that I'm going to is also kind of like people are like, say that it's kind of like a tourist spot because it's like close to the Delaware Water Gap. And like, I don't know, it's probably gonna look really fucking pretty there.
Yeah.
And like, we'll just have a good time. And, you know, we'll hike a trail in the mountains where it's just really goddamn pretty because I'm going to like, you know, redacted Virginia for this trip. You know?
Yeah. I would say if I was ever in New Jersey, we'd have to meet up, but I don't want to accidentally, bisexually, and invalidatedly rizz up your entire neighborhood and cause drama.
I think that we'll survive.
It'd be all over.
But if you are ever in New Jersey, absolutely we should meet up. If
Yeah.
for some nightmare
We'll get
reason I
Five
find
Guys.
myself in Kentucky, likewise. But I respectfully am going to be spending the next 4 years trying to not be in Kentucky, if that's okay with you.
Get here before Bashir goes.
Well, Bashir is still around. That is a fair enough
Yeah.
point. But like, I'm not really worried about the government of Kentucky. I'm worried that like someone in Kentucky is gonna try to like rough me up because they're
We'll go to
feeling
one
like
of the
shit.
gay cities.
Hey, we could go one of the
Kentucky-
gay cities. You're right.
Kentucky has great culture war nonsense because there are two big cities that make Kentucky chuds mad online all day because they're so gay. So Kentucky does have the South's gay haven, and
I used to live.
I love it.
I used to live in Columbus, Ohio. That city is like one of the most woke cities that you're ever gonna find.
Oh yeah.
It had a like profound, outspoken queer community for decades.
Yeah.
Will not back down on that shit, even if Ohio is at this point in time just like straight up a red state. Like, I don't know. We should hang out. Obviously, I still need to try out Kentucky weed and get just my shit rocked, apparently.
Yeah.
Because I've only ever had, like a couple edibles before, and, like, I tried to smoke once in undergrad, and it just didn't work out for me.
Yeah.
So I'm looking
Well-
forward to just getting completely ruined.
Well, if I ever make my trip up to Boston, I'll try to cross paths. That or
Yeah.
Pittsburgh.
Hell
'Cause
yeah.
I need to.
We'll
I
make
need
a
to
day
go
of it.
harass Iron Colon.
Life
up
is
in New
short,
England.
and this
Midnight
country is
Cowboy in
going
New England,
going to
so-
hell. And I think that the best thing that we can do is like form meaningful connections with each other, and recognize that we have a community of people that is worth fighting for.
Yeah.
And you know, President Trump can try to take that away from us, but he sucks and will die soon.
Yeah.
Again, he's like
Oh.
80 something. His heart's got to
Oh, hello,
fucking
pumpkin.
just like get out. After all, why have positive opinions about women when they'll inevitably end up cheating on you with a tennis coach? Never mind.
See,
Yeah.
this is the chud state of mind is unable to piece together that women do not cheat on you with tennis coach. This is a preluded experience.
Mhm.
It's not an inevitable law of nature. But there is a reason why the tennis coach industry is so strong.
Yeah. It is not an inevitable reality. But if your wife starts
Unless you're
taking
gross.
tennis lessons, that the writing is on the wall that something has gone wrong in that relationship.
I was sitting there like a fish. I don't know why she wasn't into it.
She wanted to have sex with me, and that's gross because that's kind of like wanting to have sex with a penis, and that's gay.
That is the best line I've ever written.
It is the best line that you've ever written, and it's in my Catherine video of all places.
Yeah. Ew, gross.
President, don't you mean emperor? Listen, respectfully, he would have to do a lot of shit to get to emperor status, and frankly, I don't think that his heart will last that long.
No. You're not gonna.
And also, if he tries to declare himself emperor, then, like, maybe that will be the accelerationist, like, spark in the Tinder box, and we do have a war, and we do, like, depose him. You know? If the absolute worst case scenario comes to pass, then fucking fine, revolution it is. Like, I think it's a bad idea in response to, like, we're gonna have a shitty 4 years, and, like, things are gonna get, stuff is gonna go bad in this country, but we'll still have a country that we can, like, recoup in 2028. But, like, you know, if he tries to hail in the military and, like, bomb New Jersey out of existence, or, like, you know, whatever, then, like, fucking so be it. I am not so much of a pansy about this that I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, well, you know, I guess there's nothing we can do but just accept that you know. No. If he really does want to do that, then fucking all right, we ball. If you'll allow me to get a little bit incendiary.
Yes.
Why is my arm doing that? What do you mean? Oh, my... Oh, that's just my PNG.
It just goes fast.
Yeah.
Sensitive.
He talks too much about the late great Hannibal Lecter. Ugh.
He'll have you for dinner.
Yeah, my PNG like does all sorts of stuff. Maybe I should just sit here and point. No. So when I'm not making noise through my microphone, my PNG just kind of like stays idle. But my talking, my like noise PNG, the hand raises, so it just kind of jitters like that. I also can technically be more expressive a PNG. I just keep on forgetting to do so because I am too busy being really fucking good at Bloodborne. Hi, Max. In case you've missed it, it has now been 4 hours since we beat Bloodborne.
Something like that.
Bloodborne's been over for like more stream than yeah. It's been a 6-hour stream. 2 of those hours has been Bloodborne, and 4 of those hours has been podcast about men.
Yes.
Speaking of which, I gotta fucking like call it. I'm tired. My voice is killing
I'm tired too.
Thank you all so much for coming. Also, at some point in time, you just joined for the people you don't really know about Bloodborne. That's fair. It's nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Came for the Bloodborne, stay for the conversation, making me glad you're no longer in school. Hey, better world is possible. We'll fucking get through this. I don't know, maybe California will secede from the country or some shit. I don't fucking know what's going on. It's gonna be wild. I gotta stop this. Alright. Good night, Takio and some guy, and Max and Blueberries, and Biff Whittle, Justin and Locke, Lord Pent and Volk, J-Bud, if you're still around, thank you for popping in. Have a good one. Forsyth, Eric, Rexfire, our Chud Troll, who might still be out there. We love you, man. Keep posting. It's gonna work. Make sleep. Shut up. California just voted to keep prison labor. Well, yeah, but California also like loves being performatively like anti-Trump. It's just that like the people are selfish assholes is my current read on California. Like they do not give a shit about their neighbor, but like they will absolutely, you know, who was it, like Newsom, right?
Yeah.
Said that like they're gonna withhold like all of the like income tax in California from the government. So I don't know. I'll follow up with that. So anyway, have a good night. I'm ending stream now. I'm sorry. I'm calling it.
Bye.